A very good evening and welcome to the live lounge here in Portsmouth for the grand finals of week 5 of Series 5 here at the MODUS Super Series. And as the heat continues to rise here on the south coast, as does the cream rise to the top. And talking about the cream rising to the top, we've got the creme de la creme as far as darts punditry goes. Chris Mason and Paul Nicholson alongside us here to look ahead to what we're going to see tonight. And first of all, Chris, well, it's been a different week. We've seen new players, new names. It's been a real intriguing week here.
Yeah, it's been fascinating just to get an insight into where players are in terms of their careers. Some trying to get back, of course, to a tour card position, and others on the way to a tour card. And it's a fascinating night, a real mix of players of different levels and in different places in their career.
We do enjoy weeks like this, Paul, don't we? Because we get the opportunity to see different names and to see where different parts as well of the darting world are shaping up.
Yeah, I think what ADC Europe have done over the last 6 months is very commendable. But I think they're starting to branch out a little bit more. We're starting to see people interested from Scandinavian countries. We've had a Swede this week, someone from Denmark, and I think this is only going to get bigger. So I applaud those people for finding these players for us, because Benjamin Drews this week has been very up and down, but he's been a welcome addition to this week. But I think if we start to get players from Norway, from Finland, from Iceland, I think we're going to be even more excited as weeks go on.
Well, it's been an exciting week. Let's round up what we have seen and go back to Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, which feels a long time ago now, where Group A got underway, and it was Conor Heenahan who was the main man. And as you can see there, 3 players all tied on 20 points. Rhys Griffin was in control of that group on the final day. Couple of defeats in the middle of that session really came to cost him in the end, Mace.
Yeah, he had the opportunity, the final match of the session. If he'd have won that, he'd have topped the table and got the couple of days off. But me and Paul discussed this, and we think it was actually a benefit in the end to get another 2 days action on you, another 2 days of development. And I think it may pay dividends for him.
Yeah, if you look at some of the statistics from Rhys over the last couple of nights, he took the disappointment of Group A on the chin and moved on very well with it. So I think in retrospect now, because we do have a lot of information about him over the last 5 days, what we've discovered about him is that he does have a level of resilience, and he didn't let it get him so far down that it cost him a place from Group B.
Yeah, he's more likely to have an average in the 90s than in the 80s.
As far as Conor Heenahan is concerned, he was the group victor. But do we feel like with what he's achieved here, that the goalposts have changed, that now we're looking at him as someone who should be looking at winning weeks here?
Yeah, it's an unusual one. He's favourite to win tonight. And myself and Paul, again, we spent hours crunching through the numbers, and that just doesn't tally up. His level of play over winning Group A, although it was steady, it was far from some of the special things we've seen so far in the back end of the week. Could be a case of he's saving his best till last, and he's going to show up tonight. And listen, the guy can play the game. He's hit 2-9 darters a year. He knows how to win a week. But I think tonight's going to be a bit more difficult for him. It
might be a case of him trying to win a week a slightly different way, because if you think about the strength that he's had in leading up to final games on a Saturday night here in Portsmouth, he's been the dominant force and he's been the headline maker, but this week I don't think he has been. So maybe just having that little less pressure and maybe having a little bit more in the tank might serve him well.
Yeah, he may have been trying to go under the radar, but he hasn't, because he is favourite with the bookies to win.
We were not allowing him to go under the radar one little bit. Right, from Group A, the players were split up. They were in that group. They didn't go through into Groups B and C, and then other players joined the fray from there. Let's begin by having a look at Group B, because that was our centre of attention on Thursday and Friday evening. And Owen Bates, a player that we've been talking up and talking up and talking up the chances of, well, he delivered, didn't he, Paul?
He did. I think if you look at his level of performance, it was, over the course of a group campaign, the best that we've seen this week. He found the best average of the entire week, over 107. That could have been better than that. But we know from previous experience that he has got an extra bit to go on top of that. And particularly when it comes to Saturday night, he's the person here tonight who has done it before. And we can't ignore that.
Yeah, I really enjoyed this group. It was fascinating to take a first look at Harry Gregory up close. Always enjoy Rhys playing. Lovely, lovely throw. Really smooth as silk. But as Owen did have the best average of the week, he's also got the biggest range this week. from really, really good to really, really ordinary. And that's what's fascinating about tonight, because it's very hard to call, because I don't think you're going to get away with being off the boil tonight.
What did you make of that interview that you had with me up here up on the balcony last night, where we were talking about some of the levels he's playing at, but he's still not satisfied? He still feels like he's got plenty more gears to go.
I think he's right. I think there's a degree of honesty with Owen that is incredibly refreshing, because sports stars around the world are taught to communicate but say nothing. But some young dart players, they communicate and tell you everything that you really want to know. And that is incredibly refreshing. So when it comes to him, he knows that there are things to tick, things to figure out. For instance, the heat. It was referenced a couple of times by players yesterday. He was honest about it. He said he didn't really enjoy it, but he will adapt. And that is a great attitude.
Yeah, and he's right what he says, of course, because he's already had an average this year recorded in the PDC of 120 plus.
Elsewhere in the group, Benjamin Drew Roos. Now, he came so close last night, Mace, didn't he, to a 9-darter. We can show you it here now. And there's some 9-darters, when you get down to the final visit, you think maybe not. This one you felt had half a chance.
Yeah, me and Nico were looking at each other, nodding in the comms box, because we really fancied it. He just never looked like any stage, like you say, Henry, of missing the 9. And he no more so than here. He's found the 60, plumb in the middle. Little bit off centre, but usually when the treble 19's slightly off, or maybe a little fortunate, the double 12 usually sails in. But remember, the last time we went close to it, we didn't have to wait too long to see it actually hit, and then we got another one from Darryl Pilgrim.
It's one of those double 12 shots that when you throw it, you think it's in. Sometimes you get people going for double 12, and you know it's not going to go in when it comes out of your hand.
You only have to look. You only have to look at their shoulder.
Correct, and the reaction of Benjamin told you that he thought it was in there as well.
So that was Group B. Let's see how Group C went along then, because it was Ryan Hamilton that turned out to be the victor in the end. And, okay, he had a couple of defeats later on in the piece, but he dominated the early exchanges of that group.
Yeah, the damage was done on day one or night one of that one. It was, it was a strange one watching Ryan, because, statistically, he wasn't the best player in the group, yet pretty much dominated from start to finish. We were going through the numbers, just shaking our head how it was such a dominant performance, yet he wasn't the best player. But I'm not on about a little bit. He wasn't the best player in the group by a long way. But what he did was play what was in front of him.
Yeah, I think if you look at Thursday as a whole, he had the 5th best average in the group, but he got 10 points from 10. And I've spent the next 24 hours just scratching my head thinking, how is he doing this? But the fact of the matter is, he has done what he needed to do to get to Saturday night, but it can't be escaped that if he plays at that level tonight, he probably doesn't even get out of his group.
So that is how the week has gone, and these are the 6 players that are going to be contesting tonight's final, because the Super Series Anton Oslund is going to join that pack as well. So Conor Heenahan, Owen Bates, Rhys Griffin, Benjamin Drew Roos, Ryan Hamilton and Anton Oslund will face off in the Week 5 final. So those are the 6 players, and they're going to be split up into 2 pools of 3 in our group stage worth of action. The top 2 will make it through to the semi-finals, where it's going to be a straight elimination knockout from there. Let's break down the groups then chronologically, chaps. I'll begin with you, Mason. Group 1, Heenahan, Oslund, Griffin. Is it about what Oslund can do tonight? Because we know what Griffin and Heenahan have got in the locker.
Yeah, I mean, we've not even really mentioned him so far, and he's another player that's genuinely gone under the radar. But like Rhys Griffin, who's in the same group as him, he has got a wonderful throw, and he could do some damage tonight. Me and Nico wouldn't exactly walk away shaking our heads in shock if he won the night.
Yeah, I wouldn't at all. I think Oslund, over the course of 5 days, has played more games this week than anybody else. So it'll be interesting to see what his engine is like for the final sprint. But when you look at what Rhys has done the last couple of days, you think that he's definitely on an upward curve. There's always that uncertainty as well for the Group A champion, what they've done for the last couple of days, how sharp they're going to feel compared to everybody else. But one thing we do know from that group in particular is that the last 2 days have featured the other 2 players, so they might be the tiniest bit sharper.
What's your assessment of Group 2 then?
I think, listen, it's all about what Owen Bates does and what version of him turns up. If the very best version of Owen Bates turns up, he has the highest ceiling of all 6 players in this finals night. We've seen glimpses of it over the 2-day campaign he had, including that average of 107. And it's up to everybody else to try and stop him. And when he does just slightly maybe go off the ball, you've got to jump all over him, because if you don't, he walks it.
Let's be honest. Let's put our cards on the table. I think Owen Bates qualifies for the semi-finals. I think it's between the other two, which makes their fixture very important. It's almost like a final.
So that is the group stage action. Let's talk about the night more generally and see what the odds compilers are saying about proceedings, because this is the outright betting to go on and win the night. From Dart 1 on Monday morning, Conor Heenahan and Owen Bates have been the two bookmakers' favourites, and a lot of people still think, even at this point, they are on a collision course.
Yeah, what that tells me is they don't have a clue, because there's no way Anton is the most unlikely player of those 6 to win tonight. I don't know how they make Conor Heenahan a favourite over Owen Bates either, because their performance levels are night and day. So there may be some value there for someone to nick a few quid tonight,
and
Nico.
Look at consistency this week as well, and recent consistency at that with Rhys Griffin. If you look at what he did in his final 3 games, and particularly what he did in his final 3 games on Thursday as well, he's at a better consistency level than at any point this week. He's got no cobwebs, no ring rust at all, and he's probably someone who is ready to go for the throat tonight.
And the one thing that's been seriously poor this week is the finishing. And it may be tonight who's the most reliable on the doubles, and the one that cracks that, not necessarily the big 180s or everything else. We've seen the most prolific in terms of finishing has been Anton.
Yeah, he's got a stack of ton plus finishes.
8 of them, hasn't he?
Yeah, lots. And there've been a lot of ton plus finishes this week from everybody, but you just get the feeling that something is bubbling under the surface tonight, where there's going to be a big shot hit by somebody which will change everything.
Be interesting to see. Right, one last final order of business, and it is time for the Bet Builder. It's time to see what you think at home, and it's time to see what Chris Mason thinks about the Bet Builder. It pays just over 4.5 to 1. Bates to get the win against Drew Roos at 4 to 6. Heenahan to get the win against Griffin at 4 to 6, and Bates most 180s against Ryan Harrington.
Yeah, well, this is a compilation of the punters' favourites bets on the exchanges. I totally agree with the first one. Bates to win that one at 4 to 6. I'm not having Heenahan to beat Griffin at 4 to 6. Not one bit. And then Harrington against Bates. Harrington's 180 tally this week. They've got that right, because it is the lowest of all the players in tonight. And Bates does love a 180. I mean, I'd probably do the first one and the third one in a double.
I have to agree with Mace on that one. I think all of the numbers that we've talked about all day long, because that's what we've been doing, that proves it. We are darts nerds, we don't mind it, but sometimes the numbers don't lie. Sometimes they do throughout the course of a qualifying week, but we do get behaviours, we get tendencies, and because of those tendencies, we think that 1 and 3 are spot on.
All about the patterns and not just the shirts you were wearing this week.
Hey, I thought I'd keep it toned down for tonight, keep it respectful. Right, before we get the action underway, obviously we've got 2 Scandinavian representatives here in Benjamin and Anton. And we saw when Raymond Smith won here at the Super Series how the floodgates opened for the Oceanic region, and we had qualifiers come over in Series 4, and there's going to be others, I'm sure, to come in the future. If one of them was to be successful this evening, could this be a floodgates open moment for Scandinavian darts?
It already is. The feedback from over there and some of the analytics we see via social medias and where the searches are coming from, those players are already having an effect already. The viewing figures tell us that they're having an effect already, and everything that the social media experts are feeding back to us. And it needed something like this. Scandinavian darts for years is almost like an untapped market, and I think something like this could create a massive amount of interest, and hopefully we get an influx of players from that region.
You know, speaking to a couple of Danish friends of mine earlier in the day, and they were praying that double 12 went in for Benjamin, because that would have lit up all of the social media feeds and the news feeds. Just missing it actually helped Scandinavian darts, in my opinion. But if he'd have hit it, it would have been even better. But what would even trump that would be if Benjamin or Anton was to go on to win tonight.
Be interested to see how the night develops. Before we get the action underway, let's have a look at how the fixtures are going to pan out then for the evening. This is the card that you can mark now. It kicks off with the winner of Group A, Conor Heenahan, in action against Anton Oslund. Then we're going to deviate the groups. So the first game of Group 1 will be followed by the first game of Group 2, so on and so forth to the end of our pool stage matches. We'll then take a bit of a pause up until 10 o'clock when we join our friends and colleagues at Sporty Stuff TV. We'll then play the 2 semi-finals and then the final. And then around about 11:15, we will know who is going to be in Champions Week here in Week 5. And without any further ado, let's get the action underway here as we see Conor Heenahan in action up against Anton Oslund. And early on this evening, I caught up with both players. Conor, here we are, back at Saturday night in the Super Series, winner of Group A. Refreshed, revitalised with a couple of days off?
Yeah, it was good to have the 2 days off, rested well, so hopefully it goes well now tonight.
Do you feel fresher for coming out of the Group A? Obviously, you've qualified for both scenarios. What's the differences between Group A and getting through on the Thursday and Friday?
I suppose you don't have to worry then on the Thursday and Friday about getting to the Saturday, which the other players do. I suppose that's a benefit, but then there's another, like a disadvantage that you're not playing for 2 days in competitive action. So, look, it works in both ways. I'm just happy to be in Saturday night, so hopefully it goes well all tonight.
We've been here before on a Saturday night, a few times before. You've hit the post a couple of occasions before. Do you feel like the more times you get here and the more you feel this time's going to be Hino's time?
Yeah, obviously. I've been here a couple of times and, as you said, I've hit the post, but look, it's just getting over that line, and once I'm over the line, I think I'll improve and do better in these tournaments, so hopefully that's the plan. And
finally, not seen a 9 from you so far this week. Is there a guaranteed promise tonight?
Maybe saving it for the Saturday night. I don't think anyone's ever hit it on a Saturday night, so it could be one tonight, maybe.
Well, Conor, I wish you all the very best. Good luck tonight.
Thank you, Henry. Thank you.
Anton, welcome to finals night here at the Super Series. On your debut, how have you found your first week here?
Pretty happy, to be honest. Come a long way. It's been very hard. Been very excited just to be here. So I'm pretty happy.
What was your expectations on Monday morning?
Just to play some darts, grow some. I don't know how to say it now because I'm pretty nervous actually. But actually, I'm been really happy just to be here, to be honest.
So here on Saturday night, is this just a little bit of a freeway? You're just going to go out and enjoy the occasion and see what you can do tonight?
I will enjoy it for sure. I will do that. That's my only goal for today. I will really enjoy it.
We've seen you play some really good stuff this week, so we feel if you can play some of those really good games that we've seen from you this week, that you've got a really, really good chance.
If I just enjoy and play my darts, I will probably win 1 or nothing. All or nothing today.
Well, my Swedish isn't very good, but I'm going to wish you all the very best of luck in English. Anton, good luck.
Thank you.
And it turns out the translation in Swedish is lycka till, and that is what we're going to wish all of our players are seeing. We kick off with a battle of the Republic of Ireland and Sweden here at the Super Series as Anton Oslund takes on Conor Heenahan. And in the commentary box, it's a very good evening to the 2010 Players Champion Paul Nicholson and the Twice World Championship Players semi-finalists Chris Mason. Evening, guys.
Good evening, Henry, and welcome to everybody tuning in on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel for the group stages of the Week 5 finals here in Series 5. It's a sweltering day on the south coast, and the heat has found its way to the stage as well, because we are about to welcome back Conor Heenahan, who won Group A this week. He was very good at times, maybe fortunate at times to have a couple of days off as well, but Anton Oslund from Sweden has had a very good debut week, and he's played more games this week than anybody else, Mace.
First leg,
Yeah, he's also at more ton plus finishes.
Game on.
It's been a real feature of his play, as our referee for tonight there was Danny McNamara. Unmistakable voice of Danny McNamara.
45.
But this first game, Paul, is huge. I mean, all of the games, because it is such a small pool, you only get 2 bites of the cherry, but this feels especially important because, well,
100.
Rhys Griffin plays Conor Heenahan. If Conor Heenahan loses here, he is in a world of trouble.
Well, what we've got here on Saturday night is the usual format of 2 games per group. The top 2 in every 3-person group will go through to the semi-finals. Then it's knockout from there. But what I'd like to touch on first is the fact that a lot of the players who are featuring
53.
here tonight have been through very strenuous situations already this week. By that I mean especially in Group A, because
98.
Heenahan, Benjamin Drurus from Denmark, who will feature in Group 2, and Rhys Griffin were all gunning for the Group A winner's position, and they couldn't be
100.
separated on points, meaning that the small margins made them all feel a little bit jittery when it came to Wednesday afternoon, and it was Connor that got the fortune because it was Griffin who missed out
126.
because of the games that he lost.
Well, the only two players that have not had an examination and they've all come through it, of course, is Ryan Harrington and Owen Bates, because they
58.
dominated. Now, what say
145.
you, Nico? Do you think it's better to have had that test and come through?
I agree. I think you'd rather be a bit battle hardened. Easy for me to say, but I think if you've come through that kind of challenge, it will make you feel more confident when things are tighter. And when you talk about Anton, he had to win his last match in Group C just to get
Connor
second
O'Connor,
position.
80.
So I think he'll be stronger for that.
Yeah, I agree. Double 10.
Game shot on the first leg.
Clinical.
Connor Heenahan.
17 darter to kick the night off with a clean 80 finish.
I said a
Second
little
leg,
bit earlier in
Anton
the
to
program
throw
that
first. Game on.
in previous times, Heenahan's had to work really hard, like Urslan has this week, over the 5 days to get to Saturday. And because he's been to the final game a couple of times here in Portsmouth and lost, that maybe having that extra freshness here tonight might just be what he needs to finally get the job done.
Well, that's the counter argument for all the
100.
other players. How much juice have they left on the beach? How much will they have left when it really gets down to the nitty-gritty around about 10 past 11 when they'll be right in the midst of the final?
Urslan this week after 25 games averaging 85.82 with 33% on the doubles.
180.
That's the first 180 of the night. To the joy of the fans who have joined us here in Portsmouth.
Yeah, that's very tidy over that amount of matches.
Yeah, 16 180s for the week. And he's averaging 180 a game. If he can just crank that up a little bit more, it might just put him in a different category of likelihood. Oh, well, just like that, he's got his second.
180.
Some leg this. 41 after 9. Possible 11 darter. Is Connor trying to make a bit of a statement?
139. Connor
He used to hold the venue
41.
record as far as average was concerned with Cam Crabtree, but that was blitzed by Darryl Pilgrim in this series.
Well, it was initially blitzed by Luke
31.
Littler, wasn't it?
Indeed.
Anton, you require 54.
There's an error, and this is an opening for Anton. 14 for tops. Oh, no. Instead of 2, he gets the
34.
1.
Connor, you require
Those
10.
margins are so fine on a Saturday night. One left.
No score.
And that's been a key of the week. And it's
Anton,
continuing
you
in the
require
opening
20.
game.
Yeah, the highest doubles percentage for any player this week. 34%. In fact, all players can be separated by 4%.
Well, we've had groups with a higher combined
Game shot on the second leg.
average
Anton
than that, or
Ostlund.
percentage than that.
I think Anton can count himself very fortunate
Third leg, Connor to
to have
throw
won that
first.
second leg.
Game on.
This is their fourth meeting of the week because they were both in Group A. And before this match began, it was Connor who had won
83.
2 of their meetings. A 4-0 win on Monday and a 4-2 win on Tuesday. There is a possibility that the people in the groups could play each other twice tonight, of course. That's not a
100.
bad scenario because if you do play someone twice, it means that you're through to the latter stages.
81.
What kind of pressure do you think is on the shoulders of Connor, maybe from us or from himself? Because when you've been one of those players who's,
93.
I don't want to use the word bridesmaid because that's the wrong word to use, but someone who is ready to open the door, a bit like Michael Smith in PDC Major Darts, he constantly got the runners-up
100.
position. When they do that repeatedly, we think they are one of the likely candidates for the next new person to win. I just wonder how he's feeling about that tonight.
Yeah, and he'll be aware that he's tournament favourite for tonight.
134.
And again, that comes with its own pressures.
What also comes with pressure sometimes
100.
is when a parent is watching you from the crowd, because the father of Benjamin Drurus from Denmark is in the crowd.
100.
Benjamin and
Connor, you require
Anton's father is in the crowd as
137.
well.
Man, you can't miss him. Ooh, another one of those.
Game
you beauty.
shot the third leg, Connor Heenan.
137, trouble 19, tops.
He's had a 157 this week, but you'd have to say that
Fourth leg,
is
Anton
even
to
better.
Thoreau first. Game on.
Oh, he's got the bit between his teeth now, hasn't he?
If he was lacking any kind of confidence, that's been chucked in the bin.
139.
Some of the players, especially from Group A this week, I think they've struck up a bit of a friendship. I think Leighton Bennett and Anton definitely got on
60.
very well. But tonight is the night to put that aside. £5,000.
Also got John Burton in the crowd as well.
58.
So there at the front. Former Lakeside player, of course.
100.
I think there's going to be a lot of Swedish dart players from yesterday watching tonight to see if Anton can write his own headlines. I know there are a lot of people invested in darts
54.
media in Scandinavia are very interested tonight, and they were on Monday morning when Anton and Benjamin started. They were all hoping that they would be involved here on Saturday, and they're both here, which shows that ADC Europe,
58.
looking after the interests of amateur players in Europe, they're doing a pretty good job at the minute sending players like this our way.
47.
Things have slowed down a little bit here. Both averaging 89 after 3.5 legs.
140.
That strengthens the position of Anton. Now, we all know here in Portsmouth on a Saturday night, if you were to win your first game, you're very much in
100.
charge of
Anton
getting
Uruguay,
through
48.
to the semi-finals. But if you were to lose, you're better off losing at 4-3
Game
than
shot of
anything
the fourth
else. And
leg,
this is good from
Anton.
Anton. That 17 darter just keeps things in a very tight sense here in the first match of
Fifth
the
leg,
night.
Connor to
He's
Thoreau
just
first.
sticking
Game
in
on.
very, very well. Just mentioned John Burton. He played in the 2003 World
85.
Championship, beat Darryl Fitton, and then went down to Raymond Van Barneveld in the next round. Used to play for I know him because he used to play for the West of England, so.
57.
Yeah, Portsmouth tends to get a lot of different darting personalities come down here to watch. Everybody wants to know what it's like.
100.
Not just players, but fans as well.
Well, I've actually seen local players coming down with the hope, of course, of qualifying, because there is the Vault Series is played here.
180.
That black curtain on the right-hand side is a beautiful setup of boards.
You had one of those
30.
last week on Sunday, and it was won by Adam Lipscomb.
Yeah, so he's earned his right to return.
Much like a few others. And we saw this week a really good debut from Joe Croft, the grandson of Ollie Croft.
100.
Oh, we'll be seeing a lot more of him. Very
Oh, yeah.
impressed.
He was very good.
This is impressive from Anton. He's looking to break the Heenan throw.
59. Anton, you require 164.
He's been the king of the big finishes this week. He's had 8 ton-plus checkouts. That's 3 more
119.
than his next rival. In fact, I do tell a lie, because Griffin had a few last night, didn't he? He had 7. But that could change things.
180. Anton,
A
you
little bit
require
of scoreboard
45.
pressure. No, he's got to make sure of the big number. That's lovely. Bang in the middle of the 13.
Game shot on the 5th leg, Anton Östlund.
No emotion. Even with the biggest dart, maybe, of his week. But they're just going to get bigger and bigger and
6th leg,
bigger
Anton.
as the night
Arguably,
goes on.
arguably, Nico is the biggest night of his
Game
career.
on.
It'd be if he wins it, career high payday.
Yep. Same for a lot of these players. Owen Bates is the only person who has won here on a Saturday night before.
100.
That's for everybody else. And when you consider the fact that there were 5 Portsmouth debutants on Monday morning, this was always going to be a big headline this week. And there was always going to be more pressure for Heenahan and for Bates because they were the favourites from the off. Like Mace mentioned, Connor was the favourite with the
100.
odds compilers at the start of the night. And if you are having a little bit of a flutter here this evening on any of the matches or the outcomes,
96.
remember it's over 18s only. Please gamble responsibly and begambleaware.org for more information. Great second dart from Östlund, and the third is just as
140.
good. Heenahan's in a bit of early pressure here, and if he was to go on and lose this match, he'd have to wait till game 5 to play his next one, but this might not be over.
171.
A great
Anton, you
maximum
require
downstairs from Connor.
161.
And this is one of the numbers that Anton doesn't have this week.
Balls the shot here, Nico, isn't
Yeah, I like that shot as well.
99.
Now he's on
Anton, you
62.
require
He's still got to
94.
find a treble. Whereas if he'd gone 25, it would have been single to double combo.
Game shot on the 6th
Look
leg,
at the passion
Connor Heenahan.
from Heenahan. He refuses to go quietly. And that's what Saturday night's all about. It's about emptying the tank and showing exactly what you've got.
7th
Yeah,
and
12
final
dart
leg,
breaker
Connor
throw.
to
He just-
Rovers.
Watched Anton break
Game
him in
on.
15. What a response. Both players averaging 95. This is some start to the night. 171, 4 180s. Make that 5.
140.
I was
Just-
with you there. I thought it was going as
Just
well.
to prove it's live.
I'm sure Östlund was thinking, please give me a shot at that 62.
97.
You've got to give Connor all the credit. He didn't give him the chance to beat him in this first game, and that's the key, isn't it? I say it so many times.
140.
The key to beating people is to not give them a shot at double to beat you. It's about keeping them at a distance.
$100.
If Östlund goes on to lose this match 4-3, he will need to beat Rhys Griffin in game 3.
140.
And that defeat has just inched a little closer.
$60.
Not getting to a finish
Connor,
gives
you require
Heenahan a
81.
chance to set a bit of a benchmark here. Double 12.
69.
Didn't really get close, but he is coming back.
Yeah, this is his best performance of the week.
By quite some distance, in fact. .94.48 his best average of the week. And that was on Monday.
12.
He's messing around on doubles,
Game
but does
shot.
get the
And
job
the
done.
match, Connor
It's not about
Heenahan.
averages just yet. We might not even need them at any point because a 9-dart shootout is what we'll need to separate the players if they're all on the same after 2 group games. But Hino, with that wonderful 94 finish in the penultimate leg, that kept him in it, and he held in that last leg as well for a great performance. And like Mace mentioned, 95.48, his best average of the week. A great time to do it. We'll look at the start of Group 2 when we come back. Owen Bates, one of the other favourites, will take on our favourite Dane of the week, Benjamin Drew-Reus.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break we saw Conor Heenahan win a real ding-dong battle. The switch was flickered on and off at times as well, as he got the better of Anton Oslin by 4 legs to 3, helped in part by a magnificent 137 checkout where he went treble 19 tops. So Heenahan on the board in Group 1, but we're going to pause that for now and get Group 2 started and underway. And it sees one of the favourites to go and pick up the nightly title in Owen Bates in action. He's currently 4th on the Challenge Tour order. But he takes on the Danish World Cup star, Benjamin Drew Roos, who's been the moniker of consistency over the last 5 days here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And no Scandinavian player in history has ever picked up the weekly title here in Portsmouth. And Benjamin is looking to create a little bit of history by doing just that. Earlier on this evening, I caught up with both players ahead of their campaigns. Oh, and here we are, back at a Saturday night. How would you assess your week as a whole?
Yeah, I've played some good darts at times. I think my performance has been a little bit off, but I think when I've been asked a question, I've responded well, and I'm really happy to have won Group B and be on a Saturday night.
Back here on a Saturday night, a place which holds good memories for you in the past. You've won a week here, you've got to a semi-final in the Champions League, so you know what this is all about.
Yeah, I say it to you every time I do an interview with you, but I'm just going to play my darts, go up on a stage and enjoy it.
We've been speaking a lot about how you've evolved and adapted over the last 6 months or so, from the first time we saw you actually win here against Leonard Gates to now. Looking back, what do you think has been the biggest changes within yourself?
To be honest, like I said yesterday, I'm playing all the time and keeping sharp. Back at home, I got some great practice partners around me. I practice with Ryan Sir and Andy Steed, and he pushes me all the way. And just playing against such a high-level player all the time, that's what's pushing me.
First time was so nice, but how good would it be to do it twice and qualify for Champions League again?
If I'm being interviewed with you by the end of the night, Henry, I'll be a happy boy, that's for sure.
Well, not many people say that, Owen, but I appreciate it a lot. I wish you all the very best tonight.
Thanks, Henry. Cheers.
Benjamin, welcome to finals night here at the MODUS Super Series. Just first of all, how have you found this week?
I found it really interesting. Like, I learned a lot throughout the week. Also, like, being on such a big stage, but also playing against these amazing players. Like, I had to find my A game every single time. So that's definitely something I can take with me throughout my career.
In terms of the way you played this week, how would you say that you feel like you've played?
I feel like my score has been really good. Like, I've been quite stable throughout all of the games, but my doubles have been really on and off. But that's how it is. Like, I know what I can do when they are there. So
into tonight's final, how are you feeling going into these sets of games?
I'm feeling really comfortable. Like, my goal for the whole week was actually just to see if I could finish within the top 3 in the Group A, to then go to Group B. That was my main goal. So the fact that I'm here today is just an extra bonus.
No Scandinavian players ever won a week at the MODUS Super Series before. How much would it be great for you if you were successful tonight to hold that flag for Scandinavian darts?
It could be really good, really cool, and it would be really happy if I could that, because we have some really good players in Scandinavian that also deserve to get the recognition.
Mm-hmm. And just finally, about the nickname, the Flying Star, where does that come from?
I think it was someone in Denmark, a Danish player, that actually came up and told me that it would suit me really well. So that's how that came about. Otherwise, when I was a youth player, like, my nickname was Big Ben. So.
Well, you've been a star this week, Ben. We wish you all the very best tonight.
Thank you.
Well, that was an insight into how these players are feeling ahead of their first game here in Group 2. A group that also includes Ryan Harrington, the person who won Group C over the last couple of days. But this is Owen Bates, the winner of a weekly title earlier in the year. Since then, he has failed to make a Saturday night in another series, but like he said earlier, Mace, he's been playing a lot of darts every single week on different tours, all with success. And he's the one who has to shoulder the pressure in this group because he's the favourite to win it.
Yeah, and interesting. I wish I could not be playing that well and average 107. But yeah, I sort of get where he's coming from. His performance levels were there. That's Cam
First
Country,
leg
isn't it?
going
It
to
is, that's-
throw first.
His best pal.
Game on.
Indeed. Cam's had a bit of success here as well. It's always great to have wingmen or
Well,
wing people.
Cam Crabtree was the young man that was
57.
playing online during lockdown, and you can actually track his performance levels, and it was like 45 to 50, and then 55 to 60, and then 65 to
95.
70, 70 to 80. And I remember him getting his opportunity here. It was in this venue on debut, and I was saying to George, "Are you sure, George?" I said, "Isn't that the young lad that was playing online?" Yep, he's the one. Did you watch? Well, on debut, he averaged 115.62, which was a long-running record, until another young man called Luke Littler stepped on the stage and
100.
smashed that with 117 and change.
Well, this from now on for Owen Bates for me is a very telling period of 2023 because not only is he gunning for the title tonight,
140.
his second weekly title, but at fourth in the Challenge Tour Order of Merit and within striking distance of the person in second place.
100.
At the end of October, he might have a bit of a decision to make because if he makes Champions Week, there's also
99.
something else
When
happening
you
that week
require
where
104.
he might have to go for a tour card. So we'll talk about that in due course, but he really wants to win tonight. Double 16, the first leg in 5 visits.
72. Benjamin, you require 108.
Yeah, I think, well, he is craving a tour card. That's his priority.
44. When you require 32.
I certainly wouldn't have any hard feelings about him going
In
to...
short of the first leg, Owen Bates.
That's the final Challenge Tour series of events, isn't it?
It is.
Yeah, well,
Second leg, Benjamin to throw
right
first.
decision
Game on.
would be, of course, to go for the card.
Yeah, there's a lot of water to go under the bridge between now and then.
Well, he's
But
got to win tonight first, doesn't he?
115.
That's only a problem if he wins, and it's a fabulous problem to have. But this week, Owen Bates has been getting plenty of those. That's his 12th of the week. He's been the most consistent on doubles as well. Having said that, he has played the fewest matches this week, only 8 of them.
96.
But he has won 88% of games. That's his win ratio for the week.
Well, this is
85.
leg 9 of the night. In match number 2, this is the opening match of Group 2. This leg we've had so far, Nico, 17 darts.
Good
60.
sign. Good sign. But when you look at every single metric that we calculate in preparation for a night like this, it's Owen Bates that seems to have
55.
the best recipe in most of the columns. In fact, the only one that he is not chief of is 180 ratio.
81.
So 180s per leg. The likes of Ursland and Rhys Griffin are
98.
slightly better off
Benjamin,
than
you require
he is.
149.
Normally, though, he would have a superior ratio in that department. And, well, to balance that out, if someone
30.
has a lean
When you
spell in
require
terms
83.
of 180s, they can come in a session. We see that in especially in the World Championships over the longer formats.
38.
Benjamin
you
is the
require
king of the 180s
119.
this week with 35 from 23 games.
It's outstanding.
It really is. Such a shame he couldn't get the single 19 with the first
83.
dart there.
When you require
Especially
45.
after finding the treble 20. Double 16 again then. Hit this in leg 1. This again is for a 17 darter. Oh, had to happen that I
Shot
mentioned
the
the
second
longest leg of the night.
leg.
17. Quickly followed by an 18 dart break of throw.
These two have met the last couple
Third
of
leg
nights.
Owen to throw first.
And Bates has
Game
won
on.
them both, 4-3 and 4-1. It might just be the case that when Benjamin goes back to Odense in Denmark, that he's
60.
telling people just how much he didn't want to run into this young man.
Well, in the top of the show, Paul, I suggested that we have seen a big range
60.
from Owen Bates, and we're sort of seeing the lower end of that range here. Now, he wouldn't have got away with this in the opening game because at the moment he's averaging 83, 84.
85.
Yeah, it's such a fabulous point that you made, because we can talk all we like about his top level of 107, which in that game, it's the only ton plus average we've
60.
had all week. And he went so far beyond it, but his range was 30 points from 77 all the way through to 107.
125.
That tells us that consistency might have to be found tonight. If he has that lower end, he is more susceptible.
55.
Well, this is what the new tour card holders suffer with. They don't have that B game yet.
96.
He's not being put under much pressure here at all. He's cruising into a potential 3-0 lead. And if you win big in your first game in the group, like Owen might here,
135.
it might just be a case of, I need a certain amount of legs
Yeah,
in my next game.
won't have to win his second and final game, which will be against Brian Harrington.
And that'll feel really familiar.
95.
Because towards the end of Group B, he didn't have to do anything. But
Yeah.
he still won all of his games because he was so relaxed.
I had the conversation with him tonight. He
55.
arrived quite early, as
On your
did I, around
require
about
40.
5 o'clock. And he was not down in the dumps, but he said, I'm a little disappointed. I said, look, every time anybody
20.
asks you the question,
Benjamin,
you
require
found another gear.
136.
and that's a great thing to have in your locker. I said, it's not done James Wade too much harm in the last, nearly 20 years.
96. When you require 20.
Double 10.
Game
Finds his
shot
way to
the
3-0.
Owen
And the
Bates.
only game he really come unstuck in was against Reese, but
Fourth leg,
credit to
Benjamin
Reese, it was
Thoreau
a
first. Game
fabulous
on.
performance, wasn't it? Ended with a 149 finish to win it full 2.
His best finish of the week.
140.
Interesting to see over the course of the night whether that remains the case. We will actually see Reese Griffin in our third game, playing Anton Östlund, who
45.
is at the point of no return. He must win the next game, otherwise he will be the first person eliminated.
Averages are very interesting. They were actually identical before that visit from Owen. They were both on 83.5.
60.
But it's enough.
There you see that definitive lean of the very tall young man from the southwest of England. He leans his way even closer to the finishing line with that second max.
99.
The Southwest have steadily produced players over the years. Mark Gregory, Bob Anderson,
Yeah, they weren't bad.
Dobby.
Yourself.
Dubby, Steve Brown, me, now Ryan Searle, Owen Bates.
140. When you require 96.
Simon Stevenson. Oh, what a lovely dart that is.
Game.
And that one's even
And a
better.
match
What an
Owen
ideal
Bates.
start that was for Owen Bates this evening. He has blitzed Benjamin by 4 legs to 0. His best performance against the Dane this week. And I'm sure when Benjamin goes back to the practice room, he'll be saying, why did this guy have to be in my group? A great sprint finish from Owen Bates to get that 4-0 win. He's very close to qualifying through the group already after only 4 legs. When we come back, we'll go back to Group 1, and it's time for Östlund to find the accelerator, otherwise he will be eliminated.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $180.
Every Saturday, we open our doors for our weekly finals night.
For a unique and intimate darts experience.
Meet the Dart Stars and even the team off the telly
Here at our purpose-built venue in Portsmouth.
every single Saturday evening.
Tickets can be booked via this QR code.
Or at www.dartshop.tv for a very small booking fee.
Follow us at MSS Darts on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram and TikTok.
For all the latest ticketing news.
All you need to do, log on, book, turn up, and the action gets underway from 7:30 p.m.
So what are you waiting for?
Get your tickets to the darts.
We look forward to welcoming you to the MODUS Super Series very soon.
And you can join us every single Saturday night here at the MODUS Super Series. Dartshop.tv is the place to be. Tickets available until the middle of November here on the sunny South Coast this evening, where it has been red hot as far as Owen Bates is concerned. A 4-0 victory to kick off his nightly campaign against Benjamin Drew Roos. Well, the Dane is going to have to try and save his bacon next up against Ryan Harrington. Right, it's time for the middle match as far as Group 1 is concerned now. And it sees Anton Ostlund. Well, he needs to grab a victory himself. He lost out 4-3 to Conor Heenahan in the opening game of that particular group. Now, he takes on Rhys Griffin. David's on him in Portsmouth. Saw him in Southampton before. It's been a very good week as far as he's concerned. Real consistent levels and a real confidence and swagger about him as well. He's hoping to carry that into the Saturday night finals and early on this evening. I caught up with him to gauge his thoughts. Rhys, first time here in Portsmouth and on debut, Saturday night here at the Super Series. Just assess how you felt the week has gone.
Yeah, I feel I've played well. Doubles could have been better, but my overall game has been pretty good. So I'm happy with it. I'm really happy with it.
You came into this week very confident. Do you feel like the way you've played, you've backed that confidence up, and you feel like you got better as the week's gone along?
Yeah, I've got a lot better as the week's gone on. I think the first day was a bit of a struggle, and then I felt comfortable for the rest of the week. Wednesday didn't go to plan. I've bounced back since then, so it's all good.
Do you feel like that overnight from Wednesday to Thursday was the most important point of your week to see how you recovered?
Yeah, massive. Like, I could have gone head down, let it get to me, but I didn't. I come back strong on Thursday evening. So I was happy the way I bounced back. It's put me in a good stead for today.
Into tonight's final, how important a night is this for you?
Yeah, it's massive. You know, I haven't played in anything like this big for a long time. So it's huge for me, but I'm just going to go out there and enjoy it. Smile on my face like I've been here, poking my tongue out all night.
And I hear that you've got a lot of support, not just here, but elsewhere around the world.
Yeah, I've got my uncle and Auntie Laura and my cousin Kat and their kids watching over in Australia. So for them, Beanie's going to do a job tonight.
See, there we go. Shout out City at the Super Series. Wish you all the very best.
Thank you very much.
Well, Nico, I think he's maturing quite nicely, and we're both a fan of, well, both of these players' actions. If you're new to the sport and you're wondering what's the right way and the wrong way to throw, well, this is very much the right way.
I couldn't agree more. I think we've got two great technicians here, two fine young men who have conducted themselves really well this week, with passion, with poise, and even when they've been disappointed, they have bounced back brilliantly because they both didn't win Group A, but they're still here on Saturday night, and that really does tell us something.
Absolutely. They have both grafted super hard to get to this stage now. Anton is in a spot of bother. He has to win. If he doesn't, not only will Reese put himself in the semi-finals, he will take
96.
Conor Heenahan with him.
And that would make their game a little bit later. Just to shoot out to see who wins the group and have, well, to have the darts in the semi-finals as well. But just going on what Henry just said,
59.
Benjamin is going to have to try and save his bacon next against Ryan. That means that Anton's trying to save his Gravidlax.
140.
I mean, it was a good performance from Anton. He was only edged out by the odd leg, 4-3, to an inspired Conor Heenahan, who produced his best performance of the week with 3 180s and a 171 and a 95.48. In defeat, Anton, 94.83. He was 50% on his double, so he was deadly when he got a go.
Here's the weird thing about darts sometimes. He's just had his best average of the week. He's way above his percentage for the week in an individual match, and it still is a match he lost. But here is the big upside.
180.
Because if he can win this game by 4 legs to 2, he's through. He will have that magical formula
58.
done.
He
will have 2 points and +1 as a leg difference. He will be safe. That's his goal.
58. Reese, you require 150.
But Reese, as the week has gone on, has become a bigger threat to everybody. He's not impervious. He has lost matches.
56.
But predominantly, when he's lost matches, it's been to the top guns.
Well, for a hold. Another 18 leaves the ball. He wants the button for 1-0.
61. Reese, you require 94.
We see Reese go aggressive. Looks like it. 54 for tops.
Well, this is exactly what Heenahan did in the previous game. In this group,
Shot of the first leg,
94
Reese Griffin.
bites Östlund again. Good to see so many young players this week.
Game on.
Just want to give a mention to Leighton Bennett, who played some good stuff over the first 5 days of week 5. And I'm sure he's watching tonight. I know he will have wanted to be here, but definitely a worthwhile experience. Maybe these guys are just a little bit ahead of him in their development.
Yeah, well, I think he's just going through a transitional period where he's getting used to being at a
27.
different height, and that comes with its problems and adjustments.
One of the benefits of being 26 years of age, like Reese, is that you're not going to grow anymore.
Let's not forget Leighton, when he did so much so young. A song in there somewhere.
60.
So he's got time on his side. He's not 18 until New Year's Eve.
An interesting time to have your 18th birthday.
48.
Well, it's just after. I mean, I'm just before Christmas, so it was always, oh, this is your birthday and Christmas present. I was devastated.
Christmas every day here in Portsmouth. We get 104 matches a week. This is a good performance so far from Reese. Very steady. He's not had a score of a ton yet, but he is scoring 140s. That's a pretty good sign.
Oh, they're better than tons. He wants 90 for 2-0. May go 54 again.
90.
For double 18, or could go ball. Looks like ball. 71, so 39 for 32.
74.
If Anton was to lose this leg, if he wants that guaranteed passage to the semis, he'll need to win 4 straight legs. But there's another scenario as well that we must touch on.
Reese requires
Let's see if
16.
Reese can find this double 8 first, though.
Are you calling 4-3, Nico? Is that the line of inquiry?
We haven't had one yet in this series.
No score.
And it might be 1-1. Said that 94 was biting Anton.
Anton, you require 93.
Can he bite back? Trouble 19 for double 18. Oh, he's gone bull. Played the percentages. He's missed the 54.
45.
So,
Reese, you require
Reese.
16.
for the third time of asking, can he find the double 8? This is super awkward. Oh.
That's horrible.
No score.
It was a simply horrible blocker.
What you could see there was pretty much all he could see.
Anton, you require 48.
That's 6 missed darts at the same double. Double top.
28.
Anton misses his chance.
Reese, you require
Reese can get his own back on
16.
double 8 now. Third time's a charm.
Yeah, 1 dart in leg 1 did Anton. He's had another couple there. Just can't get inside.
Change the angle. Change the feel of the
In
shot.
the
That's
second
exactly
leg,
what he
Reese
did.
Griffin.
Maybe the 9th dart is the charm, because that's exactly how many it took him to get that shot.
Third leg, Anton,
But it is a
to
2-0 lead. But we
Ferrofers.
must address the
Game
fact
on.
that if Anton was to win this game 4-3, and then Reese was to win 4-3 against Hino, then that is a 9-dart shootout scenario,
140.
because they'd have the same amount of points, the same leg difference, and the same legs won.
Yeah, we used to do it. We used to then go to
100.
averages, but that seemed a little unfair. I can remember Colin Osborne missing out by 0.05 of a dart or something.
A 9-dart shootouts are way more exciting.
91.
Better for us and our viewers, of course. If you do have any questions for myself or Nico, you will have the Twitter stroke X
40.
app open, so you can tweet direct into the comms box at MSS Darts, all one word. If you are watching via our YouTube channel and not your choosing betting application, make sure you subscribe. Just press that button. And don't forget to give us a thumbs up. We appreciate the
45.
support. We are on all the socials. Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, whatever that is.
97.
I've never had a TikTok count either. I think it's one for the whippersnappers.
Yeah, I have Facebook because, well, the point of it is everybody on there you know or have met.
And one of the beauties of this week is that we have had the chance to meet
99.
some new people.
Yes.
We have spoken to Anton about some of his flights being too curvy. We've given him a little bit of advice in that regard.
Trina's
56.
stems being too short.
Anton, you require
I got a lovely message from Trina this morning,
126.
thanking us for our guidance in trying to give her some equipment advice yesterday. And she's
Invoices in the post, Trina, don't worry.
she's off to the Women's Series next week,
41.
so good
Yes.
luck to that.
All of us here wish you well there, Trina. In terms of results, not too much to take away from her campaign, but certainly last night she was finding the treble 20 with a lot more
81.
regularity. I think another
Anton, you
week with those
require
stems and just
85.
going through the finishing routines.
This could be really important for Anton. Just doesn't seem to be clicking. I just wonder if he's suffering for a bit of fatigue. It's been not just a long week, but a very hot week. It's been 28 to 30 degrees every single day here.
Yeah, and
in Portsmouth.
he's also been mentally put through the ringer.
Anton, you require 33.
Don't find yourself on 33 every leg. Needs to find double 8. And he does. It's a wonderful dart.
Anton Ostrund. Fourth leg
Griffin this week has got one of the most
Game
impressive
on.
running averages through his 23 games. 87.83, 32% on the doubles.
100.
24 maximums, which is pretty good.
I mean, if you take out, he had one absolute stinker in an opening game of the session. If you take that away, he's well into the 90s.
Yeah. He had a game with Harry Gregory on Thursday, and it seemed like it took forever for it to come together for both players. But if you discount that performance, he averaged close to 93 on Thursday.
Yeah, well, that's what we said at the top of the show. He's more likely to have an average in the 90s than anything else.
He's had some really, really big performances this week. None more so than beating Owen Bates, the only person to beat Owen this week in 9 matches. And he did so with a 149 finish in the early hours of Friday.
Some big performances on the Euro Tour today and this evening. Bunty beating Cullen 6-5 after Cullen missing 8 at a double. Cameron Menzies defeating Peter Wright. Florian Hempel. Resurgence continues there with a 6-2 win over Hetta. And Luke Humphries has just edged out Ricardo Petretsko, and Chisnall gave Luke Woodhouse a 6-1 thumping. Gian Van Veen, player
100.
for those of you that watch
118.
our coverage, you will remember he's one up on Nathan Aspinall.
This is for 3-1.
78.
Just trying to read the mannerisms of these two players in their 6th day of the week. Some of these darts are coming across to me as quite
Fatigue.
lethargic.
Yeah.
They're not
81.
penetrating the air with the same
40.
ferocity as some earlier campaigns.
Game
That's a
shot
really
before
good shot in the end.
Reece Griffin.
It just grabs the edge of the corner. And it is 3-1 to Griffin. It's not a vintage performance, but it means
Fifth leg
now
Anton
that
to
Anton's
Ferofis.
best scenario
Game on.
is a 9-dart shootout.
And that is if he wins the next 3 legs and only 3 remain. He's at the point of no return. His Series 5 Week 5 campaign could be only
139.
moments from coming to an end.
I wonder if he knows that. A lot of these players have watched a lot of weeks
59.
prior to getting here, and they might know the scenarios of these groups, but then again, they might not.
Yeah, we know Reece is well aware because there was a moment in the week when he realised he'd done enough and there was a different type of celebration.
Yeah, just a bit. And I think you've got to do what's right for you. If you feel you want to be ignorant to certain scenarios, just don't even
52.
look at the monitors. Don't listen to people. Just do your own thing. But then there are players who want to know every single thing, and Reece is one of those.
Yeah, every facet.
97.
Well, Anton looking good for a hold and to get one back.
90.
Might use the 19s again here.
7 of them leave double 16. Even I go this way now, Nico. Well, when I play. When I mean I go this way, I attempt to go that way.
Well, look what Anton's just done. Plan A executed.
140.
Still to get a maximum in this game, but Reece was very close to getting one there to put as much pressure as he could on this double 16. However, that's one down, and he needs 2 more to have any sort of hope to get through this group stage.
6-leg Reece to
At the end of game 3, Anton will sit down and wait for the best part of an hour.
Yes, because
43.
coming up next is Benjamin against Ryan. And we will
59.
return to Group 1 for Reece versus Connor.
Another game where they've got
28.
previous from this week. And that's purely because we have numerous people who have played 2 groups this week. Anton, Reese, and Benjamin, they've played 2 groups. And a lot of these players have already played Connor because of their involvement in Group
60.
He just needs to be a bit careful here. In danger of having his throw broken.
38.
Interesting what Reese was saying earlier tonight to Henry about this being the first time he's played in something this important in a while. There may be a part of his anatomy that is reacting to this
60.
scenario, and it will feel familiar but uncomfortable at the same time.
Perfectly put.
$96.
Some people love the buzz of going to the stage and the nerves beforehand, but some people don't.
Oh, I used to
140.
relish the opportunity to go up there. Now it scares the living daylights out of me. Playing in a local league game does as well.
41.
Why do you think I'm sitting here, miss? I like to live vicariously through the players these days.
Yeah, I feel much safer
58.
in our little bubble.
Yeah, our little air-conditioned bubble this week. Just want to tip my hat to our air conditioner, which has given us a lot of joy this week.
99.
Great humour while we mocked
And on
the
your
players.
124.
You're not hot, are you, lads? Oh.
Well, they've been hot intermittently because they've got their own air conditioner in their practice room, thanks to the proprietors here at the Live Lounge.
They want for nothing. The
56.
players, they're given the
Reservoir
perfect
156.
environment.
That could be a really important last start.
And
It
on
gets
your
him into a
requires
very
68.
doable range. Knife edge darts now. As Anton goes for double 4.
Game shot in the 6th.
I just think he was on a knife edge.
He has been ice cool. And he seems to have built up a good relationship with the players this week, Anton.
7th and final leg, Anton to throw first.
When you said
Game
ice
on.
cold there, you just gave me a bit of a flashback to a great movie called Along Came Polly. And there's a character in that movie called Sandy Lyle, played by the late Philip Seymour Hoffman.
140.
Wasn't he a golfer?
Sandy Lyle was a golfer in the 80s and 90s, actually, yeah. But this was one of Philip Seymour Hoffman's greatest roles because he kept saying Iceman, Rain Dance when he was trying to land baskets, and he was terrible at the game. But it was a real comedy moment. But definitively in this last leg, Anton's got to be an Iceman. Oh, that's not ice cold. That's red hot.
Well, Reese has just found his first max of the match. Oh, he's in again.
140.
Even though he's missed dart 6, he is right on Anton's tail.
Yeah, they both traded 140s and 180s in this deciding leg. Who's going to blink first?
59.
It's Anton.
I think the last dart should have been at the bull. What happens this time? Well,
49.
the idea was right,
And on your
but look what he's left.
122.
That could be fortunate, because 132 is a lot easier to get than anything either side of it. 3 more 18s would have given him a shot at the bull.
54.
Wow.
Raise require 132.
Try doing that without hitting a treble. Bull. Another one, and that's perfect.
That was gaping. Got 80 left.
It was just begging for
72.
a bedfellow. If you needed to
Anthony
hit 2
requires
balls
68.
and you could put one in by hand, that's exactly where you put it.
Well, look on Anton's bright side. What has he just hit? 68. He wants to do it again.
60.
But he hasn't. His elimination
Reese, you require
could now be
60.
seconds away. Double top. Anton can't watch.
This is for a place in the semi.
50.
He has been living on the knife edge this
Anton, you
week.
require 8.
In both groups he played. 2 darts for qualification. And for 2 invaluable points. If he loses this game now, he's got to go all the way back to the start against Conor Heenahan. Double 2. He
4.
gets another chance. 5
Reese, you
darts
require
missed
10.
by the Swede. That wasn't for qualification.
No score.
Just a bit too safe.
Yeah, this is to prevent automatic elimination.
Anton, you require
5 match
4.
darts missed by both players. You can feel the tension. Double 2.
Game, shot.
He's
and
not
match.
through,
Anton
but he
Ostlund.
still has a chance. His only chance is if Rhys Griffin wins against Conor Heenahan by 4 legs to 3, and that will give us our first 9-dart shootout here in Series 5. That was a very, very edgy game, and I think we could all do with a glass of water after that one. We'll take one now, but when we come back, it will be Benjamin Drews taking on the winner of Group C, Ryan Harrington in Group 2.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where the 9-dart flame is still a flickering as far as Group 1 is concerned, because before the break, Anton Ostlund got over the line in a tense game against Rhys Griffin by 4 legs to 3. Both players missing darts at the double to win that particular match. And so if Rhys Griffin gets the better of Conor Heenahan by that scoreline in the last game of Group 1, we will have a 9-dart shootout. The last time that happened, Chris Mason won that, and he won the night. Right, let's move into Group 2 then, shall we? Because it's middle match time there. And it sees Benjamin Druvarut in action up against Ryan Harrington. Benjamin played in the first game, lost that 4-0 to Owen Bates, and needs to win to keep any hopes of him progressing through alive. Up against Harrington, who is back into finals night, and earlier on this evening, he spoke to me. Ryan, here we are, Saturday night at the Super Series. How would you assess your 2 days to qualify here?
Sketchy, a bit ropey, but done what I needed to do to get here. Qualifying top out of my performance has been a huge bonus. Qualifying for Saturday out of the way I've played, in my opinion, has been a huge bonus. But James' Wade approach of doing enough to get here was good. So I need to up my average by about 20 points tonight to compete with the boys that are in that room.
But I suppose the way that you qualify, taking chances when it matters, there's no night where that matters more than on a Saturday. So I suppose you at least know that if it gets to the crunch, you'll feel as if you've got what it is in the locker.
Yeah, I think if one thing proved from my performances is exactly that when the crunch mode is enabled, I've got that in my locker to do. So that's definitely one positive to take out of my performances and to bring on to Saturday night.
If you were to have a good night tonight, how much of a springboard would this be for Ryan Harrington, the player, again?
Well, you know, getting back into darts after a good 2 to 3 years off of practicing, it would be a huge kind of positive to myself to say, you know, if I can come here with minimal practice compared to these guys and actually win a MODUS series, then there's still something there that I can more or less, you know, use to come back on Champions Night and go into Q School next year.
Well, I wish you all the very best tonight, Ryan. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, very honest assessment there from Ryan Harrington. You often wonder if how aware the players are, not necessarily of their results, because they're more than aware of those, but their performance levels. And he's more than aware that he does need to find something a little extra. But first things first, Nico, a win here, and Ryan takes himself through into the semi-finals along with Owen Bates.
Yes, he does. And it can't be ignored that the margin of the defeat for Benjamin in that first game
First leg, Benjamin
puts
to
him
throw first.
way behind the 8 ball. In fact, he might even need to win 4-0 here.
Yeah, he's going to have to come off 6 cushions to find a colour.
I think that honest assessment from Ryan was very fair on himself. I think he's been around
95.
enough big-time players and influences in his career to know exactly what's going on. But
yeah, I mean, this is a guy that's made the last 16 at the Grand Slam, but not played in a World Championship. It's quite bizarre. But even in defeat there in that Grand Slam to Dave Chisnall, Chizzy averaged 102 to defeat him. Ryan Harrington averaged 96.5, and that's on a big stage.
I think he puts his progression over the next few months down to the amount of hours that he puts in daily.
134.
But the thing that got my attention in that interview was that he said he's going to need to put 20 on his average here tonight to compete. So
95.
by talking of him averaging for the week 79.98, he thinks he needs to average 100 tonight.
87.
Well, maybe on certain occasions you will have to find something around that kind of number.
Shot on the first leg.
You certainly have to
Benjamin
find
Drew.
something more than that, because that's a 12 darter from Benjamin.
That's averaging about
Second leg, Ryan
25 more than the
to
20 that
first.
Ryan's looking
Game
for.
on.
45 more than the total he was thinking of.
Yeah, just a little bit.
45 more than the level he's been playing at.
59.
And we do look at those levels, and we crunch the numbers for a reason, because that gives us a bit of a medium. And
100.
literally, more often than not, by the end of play, they will almost be playing to type and to the level they've played all week, if they have played all week.
Another maximum. That is the second of the contest. And if you're Benjamin right now, you're thinking about just beat Ryan and then pray
60.
to the darting gods that Owen Bates is in the mood when it comes to Game 6, because that's the most realistic route
56.
for Benjamin to make the semi-finals. for them both to beat Ryan. That makes losing to Owen pretty much obsolete.
45.
But if he doesn't get the win, we know that Ryan is going to be through with Owen. I love this format on a Saturday night. I think it's delightfully cutthroat.
It's brutal, isn't it?
Yeah, it's great when you're not involved. And you've been here and won in this format.
Yeah, I mean,
60.
Champions Week was
Ryan,
especially
you require
brutal. I lost
68.
both my games 4-3. One I had a dart to win it. The other, I missed the big 20 on 80. Straight into the 1 to deny myself a dart. But yeah, going down 4-3 in both was pretty, it smarted for a while. But if it didn't smart, I didn't care.
Very well said.
55. Ryan, you require 20.
Double 10. Level
English
terms.
on the second leg,
For the
Ryan
man from
Harrington.
Chelmsford.
Latest from the German Darts Open, the European Tour for the PDC.
Third leg, Benjamin to throw first.
Nathan Aspinall,
Game
who
on.
he was 3-1 down to Gian Van Veen, has turned it around, winning 6-3. He was averaging in the 60s in the
100.
opening few legs.
Maybe feeling a bit rusty.
Yeah.
All he's played since the World Match Play is World Series darts. He's barely played floor darts all year, so...
Well, and he's
60.
moved house as well, hasn't he?
I always think it's quite dangerous to do that mid-season. Sometimes you can't avoid it, but...
Although the views from his house
60.
are well worth it.
I bet they are. That's what 200 grand will do for you, winning at the World Match Play. And Ryan's dad knows a thing or two about that. He won 2 of them. Don't think he got 200 grand for the winner's check for both, though.
Oh, no. Not back then, mate.
Twas a little bit smaller in the late 90s.
I think I only got 3.5 grand for a semi-final.
40.
Get more for tonight, but if you were to add inflation and things like that, I'm sure it would be a lot more. But I know that Ryan wants to be his own
44.
player. He doesn't want to ride the Harrington name and be compared. He wants to do his own thing, and I think that
Well,
was
he
one of
has
the...
done his own thing. His dad's never dressed up as the pepperami sausage dude.
If you aren't aware, that's why his nickname is The Animal, because in a promotional sense, they needed somebody at the big events to dress as a pepperami
81.
and
Benjamin,
throw
you require
darts against crowd
101.
members, and Ryan was that person.
And hit a 180 in the suit.
Indeed. And that has got to be one of the best 180s I've ever seen.
77.
What's more worrying, Nico, is I used to watch that pepperami bloke and think, you know what? Whoever the fella is inside there, he's not too bad at darts, him. I didn't know.
59. Benjamin, you require 24.
Feel like the Masked Singer for darts.
Yeah.
Double 12. What a bunch of guides they are.
12.
And he didn't use them.
Ryan, you require 117.
Well, this has not been his forte so far this week, these big finishes.
Yeah, 1 ton plus finish all week. A 119, that's all it is.
57.
Just the one shot.
Benjamin, you require 12.
Another chance for BDR. Oh, another one that's right on the money. Oh, good luck with this.
I think he's got to go further left.
No score.
I agree. I'd have gone right and then gone in on the high side.
Ryan, you require 60.
Nobody this week has had as many darts at double as that man right there from Denmark. In fact, before this game began, he'd had 259.
I don't think I've had that many darts at a double this year.
20.
It's going to be another one of those edgy games.
Benjamin, you require 12.
Double 6 again. It's another marker. Oh, and how well did he use that
third
one?
leg, Benjamin Drews.
I think that might be the biggest smell we've seen from him this
Fourth
week,
leg,
apart
Ryan
from the
to
time he went for the
throw
9
first.
darter,
Game on.
which was very, very close. And to his credit, when he missed that 9 darter, he did click the double 6 in the next visit.
And he started the next leg with a
100.
max.
So he does have that top level. It's just a question of how he finds it on a more regular basis. He's halfway to victory.
100.
And he may just have to wait the same sort of time frame as Anton Usland,
100.
who is currently in the practice room thinking, have I done enough to get a 9-dart shootout? In a funny sort of way, I hope he has.
100.
Like Henry said, the last one we had was your 9-dart shootout, Mace.
Yes. Yes, that was another enjoyable experience.
Got your money's worth that week, didn't you?
I did.
2 weeks of darts.
I think week 1, I almost played every leg possible.
Well, you're the king of the commentators because I think you're the only one who's got a weekly title.
Correct.
There was a degree of smug in that. I love that because I would have done exactly the same.
Hey, there's been some good players that have sat in these seats.
57.
Former world champions. Former major title champions. And Glendoran. I should have
60.
said and Matt Edgar,
Right, you
really.
require 144.
He's been in 3 ranking finals this year.
Sort of.
Oh, that's lovely from Ryan.
128. Benjamin, you require 150.
151 is a finish that Benjamin has hit this week already. But he's not going to do it for a second time.
85. Ryan, you require 16.
Double 8.
Game
Very
shot on the
nice.
fourth leg,
Very
Ryan
similar to that of
Harrington.
Benjamin in the previous leg. Just kissing the outside wire and then caressing his way
Fifth
through
leg, Benjamin to
the
throw
registered
first.
bed.
Game on.
And we now have a best of 3 scenario. And we know that Benjamin has got to win 2 legs of the 3.
Well, when you can make those
125.
minuscule adjustments, it shows that the technical element of your action is on point.
140.
If someone can hit the gas here, they might just have enough to get this done 4-2. And if it's Harrington,
60.
Benjamin's not going to throw again tonight.
Just looking at
44.
Owen's average of 91.09. That's nearly 10 more than what we're seeing here. So you feel that Harrington must win to progress because
83.
you just can't see him beating Owen Bates.
Yeah, I have to agree. And we love Ryan. We think he's a great guy and a very good player. But the way he's playing at the minute, where he's at with his career.
Well, this is his first real competitive darts for, well, a good 2 and a bit years, isn't it?
49.
Not all going to come back at once. Like I said, this is a player that played in multiple UK Opens and reached the last 16 of a major.
100.
And a ranked one at that,
Yeah.
which I believe is even more important. Benjamin might be losing the advantage here. He did have the darts at the start of game 4 of the evening. He's lost that advantage for now. A double-double here, for me, is not the play. But it was a somewhat cautious
56.
look
Benjamin,
at
you
double
require
18.
140.
And remember, he came through a group with Peter Wright, Danny Noppert and Wayne Warren in it.
90.
Well, double 5 is
Ryan, you
better than
require
hitting the 60.
36.
Double 18.
Game
This
shot of
time
fifth
Ryan
leg,
finds
Ryan
it.
Harrington.
That's a break of throw.
It's big.
Benjamin still needs 2 legs.
6 leg Ryan
have
to
any
throw
hope.
first. Game on.
But I'm with Mace. I think Ryan's got a great chance of qualifying now. And I said in our pre-show chat that I thought the only way
97.
that Ryan was going to get through this was by winning this game. I saw this game as a final of sorts because I said there's no way in my own mind that Owen Bates is not qualifying.
44.
Could be maybe 4 visits away. making
96.
tonight's semi-finals. Joining us for the first time, the winner of Group 1 will play the runner-up of Group 2 in the first semi-final.
60.
And the runner-up of Group 1 will play the winner of Group 2 in the second semi-final. Winners of respective groups gets the throw. The only time we bull up here in the Super Series is in the final.
Do you like his play there of going for the 180? Because it doesn't matter what Benjamin did there, he was not going to leave a finish.
Exactly, don't overcomplicate an already tough game.
He's got a range on the 60 now by the looks of it. Had a very good time.
Yeah, back-to-back 140s.
We might be about to have our first person eliminated in the shape of the Dane.
Yeah, that was a disastrous start because it meant he couldn't leave a finish. The double 14 to wrap it up 4-2 and take his place in the semi-finals. And Ryan Harrington defeating Benjamin Drarus has done just that. And by defeating Benjamin, he also takes Owen Bates with him. 88.37 in the end. A well improved average on his running average for the week so far, and the doubling improved also 50%. When we come back, we return for another big match in Group 1 as Rhys Griffin takes on Conor Heenan.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break we saw Ryan Harrington get the better of Benjamin Drarus by 4 legs to 2, and that means the Dane is now out. Right, let's move into Group 1 because the waters are just a little bit more murky as Rhys Griffin takes on Conor Heenan. The possibility of a 9-dart shooter is on with a 4-3 win for Rhys, whilst Conor Heenan can knock Rhys Griffin out with a win. Right, let's get into this one. In the commentary box, it is Paul Nicholson and Chris Mason.
Yeah, let's get into it because there's a lot of interest in this game. They faced each other 3 times in Group A earlier in the week. But now, Conor, after that really impressive end to that first game of the night, beating Anton Östlund, it is now Anton that sits and waits. The only way he can go through this group is through a 9-dart shootout. And the only way we get that is if Rhys Griffin beats Conor Heenan by 4 legs to 3. So, simply put, There is that, and there's something else as well.
57.
Because Anton, who nicked that first game, might just now be the Conor Heenan superfan.
Yeah, any Conor win.
134.
He takes Anton with him.
81.
I didn't expect that performance from Reese. I'm not going to lie. When he lost 4-3 to Anton, I know that they missed, I think it was 10 match darts before it was finally found by
47.
Anton. But that surprised me because of the upward curve of the performances of Griffin over the last couple of days. I thought he'd been battle-hardened
26.
and tested enough this week to feel secure under pressure. Now we're really going to find out what he can do under pressure.
140.
This really does feel like a final.
139. Conor require 120.
Great first start from Conor. Double top.
80.
Well, this has got to go for Reese because this is for a hold. Dodged a bullet on the break of throw from Conor Heenan.
Just a slight pause in play here as the scores tick over.
Reese requires 64.
64 needed to maintain the advantage of throw. Double top.
44.
And when he's gone for double top tonight, that's been his
Conor, you
predominant
require
miss.
40.
Yeah, it's been right under the bottom wire. Tens. Yes.
Game shot of the
1-0.
first leg,
His
Conor
finishing
Heenan.
was okay-ish in his opening game. 4 from 14.
Second leg, Conor to
It was more about the
Game
scoring
on.
in that performance with 3 180s and a 171.
He looks pretty good tonight. But I've got a question for you.
140.
We talk a lot about conversion percentages and how many hits people get at double compared to how many attempts they have.
134.
If you were to win a game in this format, how many darts at double would you be okay with? Now, you mentioned that he had 14 in his previous game.
140.
What number would you be happy with 4 conversions?
10. 4 from 10. 40%.
100.
I think you'll have a situation where you might put a blocker in and have to come inside maybe. Then you've got to take into consideration darts at the ball. I think
93.
Listen, I don't think you'll find too many people with a decent amount of attempts at a double who wouldn't be happy or
81.
wouldn't be very
Conor
close
require
to winning
128.
with a 40% strike rate.
At points this week as well, Reese has been
96.
unbelievable. He actually had a 2-game blitz where he only missed 1 dart at double.
Yes,
Yeah,
that's right. He was,
8 hits from 9 attempts.
100. Conor
Yeah, he
require
went-
32.
he went 4 from 4 and then 4 from 5, didn't he?
This is a big dart at double 16 for Conor.
No score.
He gets further away, and that is a real lifeline for
require
Reese.
86.
Got to go. Got to start pinning these finishes, and it's going to be a dart at the ball.
61.
At least he gave himself the chance.
Conor, you require 32.
Another chance at double 16.
Game
That's
shot on the
in.
second leg, Conor Heenan.
You can see how much he wants it. I
He
think
is
the
up
right
for it.
word to describe him tonight is feisty.
Yeah, he's up
Third
for
leg
it.
Reese to throw first. Game on.
Is he sick of second place? Is he sick of missing Champions Week? What I will say,
58.
Mace, because we talked about this earlier in the week, is that if you are going to go big, just remember, getting through to the semis is only half the job. You have to
59.
conserve some energy. But some of these guys are young enough that they've got a lot of energy in the tank. Maybe that was frustration as well, because it took him 6 darts to take double 16.
Yeah, and at some point, Paul, the adrenaline will begin to take over as you get
81.
closer to the winning line.
I'm a big fan of that stuff.
Serotonin, dopamine, and adrenaline.
47.
He looks flat, doesn't he? Looks like his energy levels have gone a bit further down. Maybe it's a direct result of what happened at the end of the previous game.
97.
A game that he could have won. He needs a treble to get to a finish.
59.
And even though he's a full dart ahead here, he might find himself in real trouble in as little as 3 or 4 seconds.
140.
He is in trouble. Just look at that first dart. How many times tonight has he found that spot just under the treble 20?
Yeah, he's just a couple of mil out. When it's not happening for you, the trap you fall into is starting to force ball.
99. Raise your require 156.
This would be some sort of catalyst. And there it is again, just underneath. Constantly peppering that small 20.
44.
He's in the same sort of position that Conan Whitehead was in last week when he got his 1-3-2 to galvanise his chance. But the problem is, Conan Whitehead was already through the group at the point where he needed that in the knockout phases. Now, Reese needs to win 4 straight legs.
Game on.
And that would just to be to get into a 9-dart shootout.
Yeah, some nights it just doesn't click.
140.
And Reese is having one of those, but it shouldn't take away from what he's achieved this week.
57.
Certainly made some friends and some admirers.
Us included.
44.
It is a grueling schedule.
Yeah, it literally is horrific.
81.
Unless you win and you forget about all of that. Although, my goodness, didn't I sleep that night?
57.
Was the juice worth the squeeze?
Oh, yeah.
I love that phrase. This is better.
140.
It's got so much more chance of getting big scores if that first dart is in the top half of that 60 bet. I know that's easy for me to say, but even when Connor is
60.
finding that small 20, there's so much tungsten in the way. It's like trying to hit the green with a tree in the way.
43.
Some of these players can't bend the dart around.
Thing is, as well, when it's consistently happening, Daryl Gurney went for a phase the same, and I said to him, I said, why aren't you just picking a spot over
58.
until you start to get your range back in? Because again, he's having to work really hard to find the treble. That's where his first dart wants to be.
100. Conor require 140.
Might still have a chance. The chance will come his way. But from here on out, he gets chances like this. He must not miss.
Next level counting. Gonna get 1 dart tops to keep his hopes alive.
60.
And it's just underneath. Like
Conor
most of his shots
require
at tops
40.
tonight. Hino needs tops himself.
Game,
That means
shot,
he
and
wins the
match,
group.
Conor Heenan.
The favourite for that group has done his job. He wins Group A, he wins Group 1 on Saturday night. And unfortunately for Rhys Griffin, he joins Benjamin Druryus in being eliminated from the group phase. That's good news for Sweden, because Anton Östlund has done enough to get through. We're going to look at Group 2 when we come back, and it is going to be Ryan Harrington and Owen Bates having a playoff to see who wins Group 2 indeed.
Welcome back, everybody, to the MODUS Super Series. Before the break, we saw Conor Heenahan make his way through to the semi-finals at the Super Series, and he has taken Anton Oslund with him after he got the better of Rhys Griffin by 4-0. Next up for us, it's the final game of the pool stage fixtures. It sees Ryan Harrington in action up against Owen Bates. Both players are through. The victor will top the group and have the advantage of throw in their respective semi-final. It will be loser stays on in this match. Let's hand over to Paul Nicholson and Chris Mason.
Yeah, thanks, Henry. We do now have Conor Heenahan in the first semi-final, and he will take on the person who loses this last group match here of the Week 5 finals. Anton Oslund can certainly breathe a sigh of relief at this point in time, and he's got a little bit extra time as well, because when he plays his semi-final, it's going to be around about 10:30, about an hour from now, so I think that might be a good benefit to him.
Yeah, a chance just to tweak a few things. And Anton, of course, will play the winner of this match, as Anton was the
66
runner-up in Group 1.
Now, this is where we saw the best from Owen over the last 24 hours, because when he was assured of qualification for Saturday, his shoulders just looked more relaxed, and he started whacking in those 180s, and it was around about that time where we got the 107 average.
Sure was. Already had 3 180s tonight, as Owen. Well, 4 including this one.
99.
He's also got a chance here of having the clean sweep in the group, because he won his first game by 4-0. Just imagine if he was to do it again.
47.
How much confidence that would give him going into the semis.
Yeah, handing out a couple of bagels. He doesn't even work in a bakery.
80.
You know who used to work in a bakery before he made it really big? Harry Styles.
Did he really?
Yeah.
Didn't know he played that. Oh, right.
95. Oh, and you require 142.
Oh, he's from Stoke. He probably did play darts.
Yeah, he probably can have a 90 average.
102.
Love that play.
Anything that Owen does has a purpose. It has reason. We've got a lot of experience in this sport, but even I'm learning from him this week.
Oh, and you require 40.
Yes, I'm always am when the younger players, especially the European ones that have a different route of leaving doubles or setting up shots.
Second leg Owen to throw first. Game on.
I think sometimes you've got to realise that you're in the presence of someone who is just very, very promising.
Yeah, huge future ahead of him. And he's doing it the right way, coming through all the various
55.
different systems and routes. He's actually stopped. I found out last night and I forgot to mention it. He's actually stopped
100.
playing county darts now.
Oh, really? It's an interesting call. Maybe because he's got so much on his plate right now, because he plays on more circuits than Lewis Hamilton.
125.
Development Tour, Challenge Tour, Pro Tour invites, MODUS Super Series.
Still plays Super League when he can. He plays for the Muff Boys. They all actually wanted to come tonight to support him, but actually got a game on in the Devon Super League, so
140.
they couldn't rearrange it. Unfortunately, he couldn't come.
Devon Super League on a Saturday.
Yeah, it's brilliant.
As you can imagine, Saturday night, I'm sure, is a nice thing to look forward to. But around the country, there are Super Leagues on very different nights. The Northumberland ladies used to have theirs on a Sunday night, whereas the men would be a Thursday night.
Yeah, in London, I used to play on a Wednesday night.
45. Oh, and you require 152.
I'm sure they're watching as they play their Super League match, cheering Owen on.
96.
Yeah, that'll work.
Ryan, you require 136.
This is a big ask for Ryan. Like we said earlier, he's only got 1 ton plus finish for the week. And that will remain the case. He's always been a player that has reacted
78
to things like that. I just wonder if he just needs to take it down a notch and just relax a bit to find the best from himself.
Yeah, just allow himself to play with a
36.
bit of freedom.
Ryan, you require
But we are
58.
competitive animals. It's very hard to rein it all in.
Drags that one to the left,
Owen, you
giving
require
Owen a shot at
20.
that double himself for 2-0. And 6 straight legs for the night.
Game shot
Double
the second
5
leg,
is
Owen
found
leads.
in week 5. And double 5 was the winning double in week 4 for Cohen and Whitehead. It's getting harder and
Third leg,
harder
Ryan to throw first.
to predict the winners of these weeks as they go
Game
by.
on.
There's a bit of a joke being shared on the stage, maybe a bit of a distraction in the arena. And I think he thought he was thrown first in leg 3, but I think Ryan just gave him a bit of a wide berth and said, you know what? You're 2-0 up. I'm not going to give you the throw as well.
60.
Well, he might as well have.
180.
Gonna put them comfortably inside the hole of a polo mint.
100.
Reliably informed from our presenter, Henry, that Ryan said, how many throws do you want? A little bit of Essex
100.
wit. There's nothing wrong with that. But there's a chance that these two could meet in the final tonight. They have not met this
60.
week because Group C was Ryan's home and Owen started in Group B. Neither were involved in Group A earlier in the week. So freshness will definitely be on their side.
45.
Well, Ryan will have to overcome Conor Heenahan, and Owen will have to get past
100.
Anton.
If indeed Owen goes on to win this match, which at this stage looks more likely than the Ryan turnaround, especially when
140.
he's leaving a double after 12 for 3-0.
Well, by already winning those 2 legs, he is
135. Owen, you require 36. Game shot in the third leg, Owen Bates.
Oh, that is wonderful, isn't it? 3-0 lead.
Fourth leg, Owen to
You
throw
can't
first.
help but laugh at that.
Game
Now
on.
you've got the throw, he says. I don't think there's anything that Ryan can do at the minute to take care of Owen. He's averaging nearly 96. He's a good 15 points ahead in that regard and
100.
3 legs ahead.
Yeah, he's in cruise control. And he's got another gear. Well, actually, he's got another couple.
59.
There's a financial benefit of getting to the knockout stages as well. You do get £1,250.
More.
Get to the final, 2,500. And another double your money
100.
game in the final game. 5,000 at the very end of week 5.
Yeah, we play out over £1 million in...
190.
Brilliant.
Well, he's no Luke Littler, but he's definitely entertaining the masses here in Portsmouth.
80.
He's so wanted one there.
Yeah.
These
Could
guys
you
are putting
imagine
on an
his,
exhibition.
his celebration?
His celebration when he won his week against Leonard Gates earlier in the year. That was remarkable. He was 3-1 down in that final. And
123.
if you consider what Leonard Gates has done this year, that win looks even better now.
And he faced match darts, didn't he? And then he produced an incredible 174 to lead 24.
Ryan, you require 139.
It's going to be 98 for a flawless group. For 8 unanswered legs.
80. Owen, you require 98.
Double 19.
Finish off a blinder.
Game.
He's
shot.
just too good.
And the match, Owen
He wins
Bates.
every leg he plays in Group 2, and he wins the group. He was just too good for everybody tonight. I just wonder if he's going to meet Ryan again. because if he wins his second semi-final against Anton Östlund and Ryan beats Conor Heenan in the first one, we could have a repeat of that. Could it be the night where somebody goes through the entire night without losing a leg? It's still possible for Owen. And when we come back, we'll have a little bit of chatter, and then it will be time for the semis.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where the group stage action has been complete. And before the break, Owen Bates went through the card to nil. He's won all 8 legs he's played tonight and getting the better of Ryan Harrington by 4 legs to nil. Now, do not adjust your set. There is Cam Crabtree joining us up here on the balcony. Now, Cam, you're good mates with Owen. You've come down to support today. I hear you left a football match early to come and see him here today.
Yeah, I left like half-time so I could get here in time to watch and support. I think he's going to win it, so...
So from Sidemen FC down to the Super Series, it's quite the day, quite the Saturday for you. First of all, just talk about your friendship with Owen, because it's something that's kind of blossomed over the last 12 months or so.
Yeah, obviously we're playing a lot of the same things. We started off at Q School, and then we played Development Tour together last year, spoke a little bit, and then Development Challenge and Pro Tour this year, and even here, although we've not been here at the same time, we're always in contact and stuff. It's good.
On the hustle and bustle of the tour, how important is having just that one person, even though you're going to be in competition with them a lot of the time, and the rankings show that, but it's someone that it's just there when you need them there?
Yeah, no, it's good. Like, if you're having a bad time, or I'm having a bad time, he can pick me up, and vice versa. Or even if you're doing really well, the other week he had a good result, and as great as it was, I said, right, focus on the next game, and we can, celebrate that afterwards. But you got to keep going, because one game doesn't win it all.
In terms of yourself, how's the darts? How's everything at the minute since we last seen you here?
Yeah, no, I'm enjoying it. I played well in the last 2 sets of Pro Tours, had some good results, so I'm happy with where my game is. It's just practice and keep yourself ticking over for the next comp, because that's where you want to do well.
Just describe what that Pro Tour experience is like. Obviously, you've come a long way in the last couple of years, from online darts to bits here, bits on Challenge Tour, Development Tour, and then to take that jump, take that leap. What is that like?
Yeah, it's great. Like, when I was first there and you look around and you see all these players you've watched on TV, you're a bit shell-shocked. But now, it's a case of I know that if I play well, I can win. It's up to me what I do. If they play better than me, then fair play, well done to them. But it's something you just have to, you can't take notice of who you're playing. You just got to go up there and do your own stuff.
And it's a big end to the year for yourself. Obviously, sat in those top positions as far as the Challenge Tour Order of Merit is concerned, in that potential race of a couple of rounds of matches to go in that particular tour. We've also got, I'd say, big end to the year for yourself. So I suppose you must be looking forward to the autumn.
Yeah, it's good. I'm heading off to the British Open this weekend to play the England trial, and then busy for like the next 8 weekends or something. So I'm really looking forward to it.
And just finally, we saw you here a couple of series ago get so close in the final, lost to Mike Gillett. Being here tonight, does that scratch your itch when you come back?
I'm hoping he's going to show me what I'm meant to do, and then when I come back next time, I'll be able to do it myself. So.
And you never know, if you both get through, it might be room sharing at Champions Week.
Yeah, that'd be good. I'd take that.
Well, Cam, thank you for popping up. Great to see you here at the Super Series. Great to have your company. Cam Crabtree, who we will see at the Super Series in Series 5. We're going to keep our lips sealed as to when that is going to be. But the semi-final is going to get underway from 10 o'clock when we join our friends over at Sporty Stuff TV. Now, because of the results in our matches, we know that semi-final number 1 is going to see Conor Heenahan in action up against Ryan Harrington. We're going to enjoy that after 10 o'clock in the company of Chris Mason and Paul Nicholson. Cam, thank you for popping up here. Enjoy the rest of your night, and we'll see you from 10 o'clock.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $182.
Every Saturday, we open our doors for our weekly finals night.
For a unique and intimate darts experience.
Meet the Dart Stars and even the team off the telly
Here at our purpose-built venue in Portsmouth.
every single Saturday evening.
Tickets can be booked via this QR code
Or at www.dartshop.tv for a very small booking fee.
Follow us at MSS Darts on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, and TikTok.
For all the latest ticketing news.
All you need to do, log on, book, turn up, and the action gets underway from 7:30 p.m.
So what are you waiting for?
Get your tickets to the darts.
We look forward to welcoming you to the MODUS Super Series very soon.
And hello again. Paul Nicholson has joined me up here on the balcony. It's like substitutions up here in the commentary. We'll have to get one of those electronic boards that the football referees use, won't we, for them? Let's talk about the night so far then. And look, it's a night that's been dominated by Owen Bates. 8 legs played, 8 legs won. He's been in a dominant position.
Not an easy thing to say.
It's definitely not.
And a very hard thing to do as well. You think about the amount of comfort that he's shown, the ease with what he's done. This is a great performance so far tonight, and it's very easy to say that, but the level is just at a point where nobody can really live with what he's doing. The timing is right, the level is right, the doubles are good, and as long as he doesn't tail off, then he could canter his way into Champions Week with the way he's performing. But if you think about what happened yesterday, for instance, he started really well, but he also finished the night well, even when he was through. So if he can replicate that, we could see a really dominant evening.
As for Conor Heenahan, the other player to have won both of his matches, convincing against Rhys Griffin, and he came up clutch at the right times in that opening game against Anton Usland.
Yeah, I think what you've seen from Conor tonight is a bit of spirit, a bit of gumption, and we like that on a Saturday, because when you come into something like this, and you've had a couple of days off, there's always that air of uncertainty as to how sharp you're going to be. That first performance was really good. If you compare that to what he did in Group A, it was a really good bounce back from what he was doing on Tuesday and Wednesday, because he wasn't playing at his top level. He was only averaging 83 for the group. So to come in with a mid-90s average to start, that's telling everybody, I'm here to win this. And he might be on a collision course with Owen.
We've been saying it from Dart 1 on Monday, haven't we? Right, we're going to park this week for now. We're going to talk about that again just after 10 o'clock when me and Paul join Chris Mason on stage. We're going to have a little bit of a tease as to what we're going to see when it comes to Monday morning here at the Super Series, because, well, the appetite has very much been whetted for Monday morning. Robert Thornton, Thibaut Tricol, Barry Van Peer, and that's just for starters in Group A.
I'm not really sure who's going to be the favourite in that Group A scenario. I know that one person is thinking, wow, if I'm going to be involved in a group as a debutant coming from the ADC, Scott is saying to himself, I've got so much experience to get through if I've got any chance of winning that group. Well, welcome to the Super Series, Scott. You've got a two-time major champion in the PDC, a two-time senior world champion. You've got Adam Hunt, who's got a load of experience. I know he's looking to bounce back a bit. You've got Thibaut, who's made a Lakeside final. Then Jerry Hendricks is just going to throw a little bit of entertainment into the whole thing, you could say. But this is a tremendous group. And we haven't even spoken about Barry Van Peer, who is probably going to have a tour card in the next 6 weeks.
Could be the last time we ever see Barry Van Peer here. And when we look at Group B, Chaz Barstow, Paul Hogan in the equation, and Rob Grundy, since the last time we've seen him here, he's picked up a challenge tour.
Yeah, I think when we saw Robert Grundy the first time, we thought that maybe he was trending in the right direction, but he's exploded a little bit. And I think now we look at him with a very different outlook.
Well, we may see Jerry Hendricks be like a fish on the stage here at the Super Series. I had to get that one.
You couldn't resist.
Oh, you know I can't.
You can't talk about Jerry Hendricks without making Dave Clark laugh out loud with Wayne Mardle. It's one of the funniest things I've ever seen.
Wait till he gets to 170 next week. Right, we're going to make our way down to the stage and join our friends at Sporty Stuff TV to preview the semi-finals, which get underway just after 10 o'clock, so I hope you could join us then. Very good evening and welcome to the live lounge here in Portsmouth, where we've reached the semi-final stages at the MODUS Super Series. We've already seen 6 players battle it out for a place in the coveted Final Four, and 2 have already departed us. 2 players have also stood out from the field, and this is the best of the action that we've seen so far this evening, as described by Paul Nicholson and Chris Mason.
I think he'll be stronger for that.
Yeah, I agree. Double 10.
Game shot on the first leg.
Clinical.
Connor Heenan.
17 darter to kick the night off.
Tom's father is in the crowd as well.
Man, you can't miss him. Ooh, another one of those.
Game
Oh, you beauty.
shot on the third leg. Connor Heenan.
Whereas if he'd gone 25, it would have been single to double combo.
Game shot on the sixth
Look
leg.
at the passion from Heenan. He refuses to go quietly. He's messing around on doubles. But does get the job done. It's not about averages just yet.
The Southwest have steadily produced players over the years. Mark Gregory, Bob Anderson.
Yeah, they weren't bad. Yourself.
Dubby, Steve Brown, me, now Ryan Searle. Owen Bates.
140. Owen, you require 96.
Simon Stevenson. Oh, what a lovely dart that is.
Game.
And that one's even better. What an ideal start that was for Owen Bates this evening.
Reese, you require 94.
We see Reese go aggressive. Looks like it. 54 for tops.
Well, this is exactly what Heenan did in the previous game. In this group,
shot on the first leg,
94 bites Östlund again. Knife edge darts now. As Anton goes for double 4.
Game shot on the sixth
I
leg.
just think he was on a knife edge. Double 2.
Game shot.
He's not through, but he
Östlund.
still has a chance.
Well, maybe on certain occasions you will have to find something around that kind of number.
Shot on the first leg.
You certainly have to find
Benjamin
something more than that, because that's a 12 darter from Benjamin.
Benjamin, you require 12.
Double 6 again. It's another marker. Oh, and how well did he use that
third
one?
leg, Benjamin Drews.
So double 14 to wrap it up full 2 and
shot
take his place
on the match,
in the
Ryan
semi-finals. And Ryan Harrington.
Hino needs tops himself.
Game
That means
shot
he
on
wins the
match,
group.
Connor Heenan.
The favourite for that group has done his job. He wins Group A, he wins Group 1 on Saturday night.
I'm always when the younger players, especially the European ones that
shot
have
on the first leg, Owen
different
Bates.
routes of leaving doubles or setting up shots.
Double 19.
Finish off a blinder.
Game.
He's
shot
just too
on
good.
the match, Owen
He wins
Bates.
every leg he plays in Group 2, and he wins the group. He was just too good for everybody tonight.
And that was the best of the action from earlier on this evening, as described by the former Players' Champion, Paul Nicholson, and the People's Champion, Chris Mason.
Oh, like it. Well done. Ooh, and a boo.
I know, and a poo. It's like there's a circus in here tonight. Anyway, let's get into the action then, because Owen Bates has been the standout performer so far this evening. 2 games, 2 wins, and he hasn't dropped a leg yet.
Yeah, everybody else has had to work quite hard. Not so for Owen. He's averaging 94 for the night, so he's lifted his game a little bit. But when you watch him, me and Nico in comms have been saying we feel like there's a couple of gears to go.
Yeah, that's the scary thing, isn't it? But all he can do is win every leg he plays, and that's exactly what he's done so far. It's just been great to watch him the last 3 days, but the job isn't done yet. There's still a couple of people in his way of that second weekly title.
But I suppose the one thing with Owen, which we maybe label one other young players, but maybe not with him, is there can be a complacency when they have a good start. But you wouldn't label that at the door of Owen.
No, he's not like that. He always wants to play at his absolute best, and it's something he's got to learn to to deal with over time. That, listen, you can't be at your optimum best every time you step up there, and you would think most players would be quite happy with a 94 running average for the night. He will want to put another 6 points on that, and he's quite capable of doing it. But I always worry when someone hasn't been tested when you reach the semi-finals and the finals of a week like this, where Connor's he's had a couple of examinations and he's came through with flying colours, and Anton as well. You know, he's had to rely on results going his way to get in the semi-final. But yeah, I fully expect a Connor and Owen final.
Chris mentions there, Conor Heenahan pushed all the way in his opening match, had to put out some clutch finishing when it mattered, and he has been pushed, as Chris says, all the way to the brink already.
I think he's been pushed all week. You think about Group A, that was no cakewalk. He had 20 points alongside 2 other people, and the only reason he got through was because of a superior secondary category or tertiary category, and I just get the feeling that he is willing to do it the hard way. Some people want to do it the easy way. I think the way that he's shown the spirit and the volume on the stage tonight, I think he's willing to dig very deep, and we know how deep he can dig. He's got the same sort of level as an Owen Bates when it comes to their best game that they can perform. But whether it comes out tonight is a very different matter. It's just about getting the result and coming back at the end of October.
Most certainly is. Right, let's have a look then at the results and the tables then from tonight's group stage fixtures. As you can see there, Conor Heenahan, Owen Bates going to be joined by Anton Oslund and Ryan Harrington. Let's talk about Anton Oslund then, Chris, because you've been in awe of him all week. You like the action, you like the throw. There's so much you like about him.
Yeah, listen, he's only 23 as well. This is his first real exposure of darts under the lights and in this type of environment. And I've been impressed. The same as, although Reece didn't get through tonight, that action will bode well going forward. You know, it's sometimes you look at players that they've got to find something extra in the technical side of the game. For players like Anton and Reece, it's more experience and more understanding for them to go forward. But I certainly, listen, I've said this is wide open, and any one of the 4 could go. You know what the darting gods are like. Any one of the 4 can go on to win it. But the numbers point to an Owen Bates and Connor final.
How disappointed will Reece Griffin be tonight, considering the way he's played all week?
I spoke to him about 10 minutes ago, and he said that he just didn't play very well tonight. It's just one of those days. Unfortunately, it happened on finals night. But I think he's very philosophical about the fact that he's definitely gone in the right direction this week. He's learned a lot about himself and already chomping at the bit to come back at some point, maybe in Series 6.
Yeah, I mean, even the very elite of the game don't play to their absolute optimum level every time they get on a stage. It doesn't happen that way. The margins are so fine in our sport, and I think if you deal with that better going forward, it will put you in good stead, because you have got to deal with the fact that, right, okay, I can't be at my best all the time. I can't win everything all of the time. You know, it's just, that's the nature of our sport. Even the very best at the elite, you know, look at this year in the elite end of the game. It's been completely shared out.
Yeah, absolutely right. But I think being prepared for something like this, when Reece came here on Monday morning, he probably had ambitions of getting to Saturday night, and everybody thinks about raising that trophy to the sky at the end of it. But ultimately, when he wakes up tomorrow morning, he will say, I enjoyed this week, I enjoyed the battles, and I should be proud of what I've done. He hasn't got to the end of the rainbow, but I get the feeling he will at some point.
And he will have taken so much away, as all the players that were new to it this week. They will learn so much, and it will hold him in good stead going forward.
And just very quickly, because the players are waiting just to the back of us here for our first semi-final between Conor Heenahan and Ryan Harrington. Perhaps there's an irony that one of Ryan's best performances, or the best performance, came in that 4-0 defeat to Owen Bates.
Yeah, it's strange, isn't it? It's just the way the game plays out sometimes. And of course, when one player's playing well, you'll tend to drag the opponent along with you. And the same on the other end of the stick. When it's a scruffy game and you start missing doubles, you tend to see the other player go with them.
Well, let's not let the players wait any longer, because we're going to really enjoy these semi-finals. They're 2 well-weighted affairs, aren't they, Paul?
Yeah, they are. I think these games will be a credit to the MODUS Super Series. I think we look at little smatterings of experience, and we look at what the next generation is going to offer. Can't wait to get it on.
Well, let's get it on then. Our first semi-final sees Conor Heenahan in action up against Ryan Harrington in front of a crowd here in Portsmouth. And if you want to be a part of the Saturday night experience at the MODUS Super Series, have a look at this.
Every Saturday, we open our doors for our weekly finals night.
For a unique and intimate darts experience.
Meet the Dart Stars and even the team off the telly.
Here at our purpose-built venue in Portsmouth.
Every single Saturday evening.
Tickets can be booked via this QR code
or at www.dartshop.tv for a very small booking fee.
Follow us at MSS Darts on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram and TikTok.
For all the latest ticketing news.
All you need to do, log on, book, turn up, and the action gets underway from 7:30 p.m.
So what are you waiting for?
Get your tickets to the darts.
We look forward to welcoming you to the MODUS Super Series very soon.
And so to the semi-finals we go here at the MODUS Super Series, and we kick things off with Conor Heenahan, a man who's made a couple of finals here at the Live Lounge, looking to make it third time lucky underneath the roof here in Portsmouth. He takes on Ryan Harrington, and watching all of the action in the commentary box, it's a very good evening once again to Paul Nicholson and Chris Mason.
Thank you, Henry. Good evening, everybody. Welcome along to Series 5, Week 5 semi-finals. First up, Ryan Harrington against Conor Heenahan. They had slightly differing routes to the semi-final this evening. More on that in a moment. Our second semi-final, we'll see Owen Bates against Anton Östland. And the player of the night so far, in terms of numbers, most definitely Owen Bates. Conor not too far behind
First
him,
leg,
around
Conor
4
to
points
throw first.
at
Game on.
90.06. Ryan, 87.66, so he's lifted his metrics up, Nico.
He has. But now, it's knockout darts.
140.
All the group stage stuff is done. The permutations are no longer. It's all about win and in, lose and gone.
58.
If you snooze in a best of 7, you lose.
And that's exactly what we've seen in the last couple of games. You've got to give Bates and Heenahan credit, because when they played their second group game here tonight, they've won them to 0. And that's one of the reasons why we think that
85.
maybe they are the favourites to make tonight's final.
Yeah,
it's a very weak maybe, by the way.
They seem to be on a bit of a collision course to meet
100.
in the final. They are certainly, in Owen's case, in the numbers, he's the best player so far this week.
85.
This is also double your money territory as well, because you have £1,250 in the bank when you get to the semis. Double that if you make the final, and then double it again if you win.
96.
But you mentioned that Conor's statistics have gone up for the night. His doubles percentage for Group A was 31%. It's been 31% for the night as well. So he's playing to type on the outer ring, but his scoring has gone up by 7 points.
Yeah, that's a massive jump. And it was a jump that needed to happen to get him to this stage, of
81.
course.
Conor, you require 58.
Again, it was something that we remarked on at the top of the show when we started on YouTube with the group matches, that
Game shot on the first
for Conor
leg.
to
Conor
prevail
Heenahan.
this evening, he has to find another gear, and credit to him, he has done just that.
Is he about
Second
to go
leg,
up another
Ryan to
notch?
throw first.
That's a
Game
14-dart
on.
start. That first start of Ryan Harrington has got to be good for the rest of the night.
99.
And even when it starts in the 60, he's got every right to feel disappointed with 99. He's got to start planting those 140s in. They've got to be now.
45.
Yeah, I think that's more to do with the actual lack of match time and hockey time in the last couple of years for him. And that does tend to happen when you're a little bit rusty.
41.
In order to get rid of that ring rust and to be as sharp as you want to be, you really do have to go through a period
96.
of time where you practice for long periods to make your technique feel easier.
Yeah, he will just spend hours just
96.
honing in on the treble 20, and once he feels, well, that's how I would do it. And once you feel you've got that, then you start working on other areas.
60.
Right, being the best finisher in the world, but you've got to score heavy enough to get to a double.
That's the problem with elite darts these days, because you could be the best double shooter in the world, but if you don't score with those guys and girls, then you just aren't going to get any chances. And it used to be the case that elite players want to be on 161 after 9. Now it's more like 81 to 121.
Yeah, it's more about what you miss rather than what you hit. It's the first one to make one error tends to lose matches and lose legs.
We've played 101 matches this week, but these are the most important 3. You'll see the ecstasy of the champion.
35.
You'll see the disappointment of the runner-up and the disappointment of the people finishing in 3rd.
Yeah, ecstasy and agony is never too far apart in the final match of the night.
57.
Decent crowd here in Portsmouth for this Saturday night.
Ryan, you require 56.
It's been a very hot week. Is it a good response from Ryan in leg 2? Double 10.
46.
How many times this week
Connor, you require
have we seen him go for that double 10? Especially on last dart and just drag it left. It is a sign of tension. But fortunately for him, he is coming back for double 5.
91. Ryan, you
There's a
require
little
10.
bit of pressure on this double 5.
Game shot
No
the second
pressure.
leg, Ryan Harrington.
First leg he's won in a while.
Yeah.
The first
Third
leg he's
leg
won
Connor to throw first.
since leg
Game
6 in game 4 against Benjamin Drurius, who was eliminated first tonight in Group 2.
123.
Yeah, like Reese, it just didn't quite happen for him tonight.
59.
So Connor beat Anton 4-3 with a 95-48. And then
45.
he then took care of Reese 4-0 with an 84-68.
Yeah, I think Reese's reaction to that 4-0 loss was extremely honest. It was one of, I accept that it just didn't go my way tonight. There was a lot of words in Connor's interview with Henry earlier tonight on our YouTube channel that were words
39.
like maybe and hope.
Yes.
And when reading someone's thoughts and what they say, that was one of, I want to win,
44.
I'm hoping to win. And then you go back 7 days to Conan Whitehead when he was saying, I am going to win.
I expect to win.
180.
That's the first max of this contest. Yeah, Ryan's route
81.
was a 4-2 win over Ben with an 88-37, 50% on the doubles. And then actually a defeat to Owen. But of course,
54.
Owen was his friend because Owen also beat Ben 4-0.
Lovely darts there. Well, it might be a bit late.
60.
He's done well considering on throw, Conor Heenahan has had a max in the leg. Is he going to be just a dart behind?
20.
No, he's going to get a chance for a 2-1 lead.
Ryan, you require 40.
It's low again. It's left again.
Could be a slight overgrip.
30.
And that is a missed opportunity, and he knows. He
Connor,
knows
you
how big that
require
is.
40.
There were a few giggles and a few laughs in game 6 when he was playing against Owen, but there's no laughing now. Double 5 for Connor. Just a little disturbance there, I think. It's a very quiet room.
35.
And I think this is a very wise move from Ryan.
Require 10.
He's taking an extra sip of water and taking a few extra seconds. Another double five to the rescue for him for 2-1. How many times this week has he won matches like this?
Fourth leg,
These
Ryan
guys
to
have not
throw
met
first.
this week prior to this
Game on.
because they were swimming in different circles. Connor was winning Group A, and he had Thursday and Friday off. Ryan joined us in Group C on Thursday and Friday and found his way to 10 points on Thursday from 5 matches. But he was the person who was winning matches like this.
Yeah, he's had the knack of winning ugly. And this is a great response from Heenahan.
In a sense, Ryan has been the Wimbledon of the week. Long ball darts and just waiting to strike. Hang on a minute. Mr. 9 Darters back. He was hoping, inverted commas, that he was going to get a 9 Darter tonight and be the first person to get one in front of people here at the Live Lounge. He's on it. He's still on it.
117.
That would have been 9 Darter number 3 in this building. I am shocked that he missed it.
And the first ever on a Saturday night.
57. Connor, you require 24.
A collective groan from the practice room. People expecting him to get perfection. But what he does get, which is probably more important, an equaliser in 11 darts.
Yeah, and a break back.
Fifth leg, Connor to throw first.
What is it about this guy, 9 dart attempts? He's like Steve West. Even when they don't get 9 darters, they're getting loads of opportunities.
93.
He's got 2 in here. He's got 1 in Southampton as well.
Yep.
Maybe he just wanted to send a message to the likes of Pilgrim and Sherrick and
68.
West saying, yeah, you've got 1, I've got 2. Maybe if I get a third, I'll get the headlines again.
58.
It just proves, doesn't it, just how purple his patches are. Not a bad time to find one.
And it was the perfect time to get 60. On a bit of a run. When he didn't do the perfect 9, maybe he can do the perfect 6 for you, Nico. No.
Yeah, that's only got 2 people
56
in that little group who've done that. Andy Jenkins and Jim McEwen with the perfect 6.
140.
Drifting away here, Ryan. He's just not letting him dominate him.
He's proving pretty hard to get rid of. Well, Harrington really should start in the 19s with 233. But I just get the feeling that he doesn't count the same way as an Owen Bates, a Cam Crabtree, or even
96.
Some of the elite players like MVG or Dimitri Vandenberg.
I'm going to say his timing
140.
in Group A was phenomenal.
137.
He found a big finish or a 180 or a 177 or a 171, which he's had plenty of.
If double top was 2 millimeters lower,
97.
Ryan would have hit it so many times tonight.
He'd be living in it.
He was going for the same shot that Connor hit earlier, 137.
41.
Would have been rather ironic.
40.
This is for 3-2. And a break of throw. Every time. Well, that's an overcompensation. And that's a hit.
On the fifth leg, Ryan Harrington.
Well, Connor, it feels like he's been the better player in the match.
Well, he has.
But he's 3-2 down.
Throw first.
But one thing that proves that maybe Ryan's had the timing is that he's had more darts at double than that of Connor.
100.
I mean, well, prior to that, they both had 3 tons and 2 140s. The only thing that separates them is the 3 180s.
134.
Well, Connor was in a bit of trouble against Anton earlier. And he found himself playing very well at the end.
135.
He's going to need to do it again. He wants to feature in tonight's championship game.
He's 101 adrift, minus these, gets a...
21.
I'm not quite sure whether it was a deflection stroke bounce out. But he's in a world of trouble.
Earlier in the night, I said there was a possibility that we could get a
19.
rematch of a group game, and if Harrington was to get through and Bates was to get through, it would be a rematch of Game 6.
Yeah, what Ryan's done there is from 266, he started on 19,
100.
despite the fact that even if Heenan hit a max, he would only leave 166.
$76.
Well, if he'd scored 81 there, he would have left 166. When pressure's on, sometimes you can lose your train of thought.
Yeah, the brain just goes to a bit of a mush.
I think that is a sign of lack of game time.
Well, this is another bad shot. He's got a blocked
72.
target. He's gone for the 51 instead of going for the 57. If he did that, he could have gone up to the 54 to leave tops.
And that single one's made it even worse.
Yeah, because he's on a 3-darter. Well, it might not matter.
114. Ryan Uruguayan, 99.
This will be the definitive putting a flake in it. And this time he misses it high.
Yeah, he's overcompensated.
19.
I don't know why he's gone for tops of that last
32.
start.
See so many players do it, don't we?
It's one of my pet hates. What if Connor misses double 16?
It's the difference between potentially one
No
dart at
score.
a double or 2 darts at a double.
Well, this is
Ryan
the thing.
Uruguayan, 80.
He's missed double top with the third
Or-
dot, meaning he's got 80 instead of 60.
Or 3 darts at a double, had he hit the treble 20. Oh my goodness.
Game, shot, and the match.
It just so
Ryan
happens that the
Harrington.
one time he actually finds double top, it gets him into the final.
I don't know how he does it, Nico.
I've got no idea how he does it. He's made so many tactical errors in that semi-final, but he still finds his way through. He is an absolute champion at winning ugly, and he's won that one by 4 legs to 2, meaning that Conor Heenan does not make the Week 5 finals. Now it's time to find out who Ryan will play, because the second semi-final is coming up.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. There before the break, Ryan Harrington booked his spot into the final, getting the better of Conor Heenahan by 4 legs to 2. Heenahan, who missed double 12 for a 9 darter in that semi-final, but it is Harrington who makes the finale. Who's he going to join? We're about to find out. It's a battle of England and Sweden as Owen Bates takes on Anton Oslund. And watching this one in the commentary box, it's Chris Mason alongside Paul Nicholson.
First semi-final was fascinating, and I'm sure Conor Heenahan is very disappointed, doubly disappointed, after missing a 9 darter and being eliminated. But now we turn our attention to the definitive favourite for the title here tonight. Owen Bates sees one of his biggest rivals topple in the Final Four, and now Owen gets a crack at the Swede for the first time this week. Owen will have the darts because he won his group earlier in the night.
First leg, Owen to throw first. Game on.
Well, Ryan Harrington found a way to upset the odds in our first semi-final. Can Anton do it?
45.
To Owen Bates. Nothing ever is straightforward in this game, Nico.
No, it isn't. And if you would like to remind me of the outright odds at the start of the night, correct me if I'm wrong, but weren't Östlund and Ryan Harrington the 2 outsiders?
Well, Anton was the biggest outsider of the field.
140.
No pressure, Owen. But he doesn't play like that.
No.
And I think the more things materialise here in week 5, the more it looks as if Owen's name's on pot, like you would say.
Yeah, and I think for Anton, he should just play with absolute freedom here. He should feel like free rolling a little bit. I just sort of scraped in the back door and just go out there and just enjoy it.
Yeah, when he
let him float.
When he missed 5 match darts against Rhys Griffin earlier in game 3, he probably thought, well, that was a good experience. I'll see you later. But he's back, so it is a free roll.
60.
And getting through with 2 points and an
Anton, you
all
require
square leg difference. It doesn't happen every week. Another. For a bullseye.
120.
And the only other person who's got one of those this week is Owen Bates.
Yeah, the bloke behind him. Bit of a quick one in that last start, but he's going to be back at 49.
23. Anton, you require 49.
He has let his throw slip here, has Owen. Östlund has got double 16. And this might be a huge night for Anton, because if you consider that his dad is in the crowd with him, this could be a very big night for Swedish darts if he keeps going this way. That was a really good 14 darter.
It's a lot of krona, isn't it?
I'm not even sure what the exchange rate is.
140.
This is where you find out where you are with your game, especially if this is your first experience here.
Yeah.
180.
We might have lost our Irish dart player of the night, but we've still got the Irish referee, Danny McNamara, doing a fabulous job.
From the
93.
same county, of course, as Conor Heenahan.
Yeah, now that we've lost Conor, it's light Mayo on the stage, not full fat Mayo.
Very good.
But this is really, really interesting from Anton. I know that he missed the 25 there, but that was the correct shot.
Yep.
And what you've got with these two are very good tacticians. You're not going to see much in the way of tactical mistakes from this twosome.
Anton makes some strange choices at times, like going for a ball with 3 darts in hand.
100.
Yeah, that was a bit
require 124.
interesting to say the least.
Not quite as strange as 63 double 19 for 101.
Yeah, I reckon that was shot of the week.
84.
For strangeness, anyway.
Anton, you require
If
78.
he takes this for a 2-0 lead, in particular for another 14 darter maybe, then...
And if you're
well, he's gone bull on 78 again. And just how
Game shot
fortunate
the
was that
second
single
leg,
20?
Anton Ostrom.
If you're thinking this is due to a poor performance level from Owen Bates, he's
Third leg going
averaging
to throw first.
above his
Game
running average for the night. He's averaging 96.56. Anton, 103.66.
Okay, so let's
82.
try and hammer this out. He's got 78, he's gone bull. So 50 leaves double 14, 25 leaves 53. I can kind of get behind it, but just how fortunate was he in getting that single 20 with the first dart?
That's why it's the wrong shot.
He hits a small one there. He's got to get 77 in 2 darts. That's really difficult.
Yeah.
Whereas if you go the 18 route, it's 2 singles to a
96.
double. That's what I
Now,
call making the most of it.
If you've got 78 left and with 1 dart in hand, I totally get it. Because if you go for the 54 and hit the single 18,
121.
you can leave 60, and the 20, the single 20 could be a blocker on the double. You're eliminating that by going for the ball, which
60.
is something that's crept into the game the last 12 months or so. Especially see it on 74. They'll go for the ball to leave double 12 with the 25. Means that the next single dart is nowhere near the double they're leaving.
At no point this week has Anton played at this level.
57.
Nope.
We're talking about a player who has not won a development to a title. He's not won anything of real note yet.
44.
He's going for the biggest thing in his career to date tonight. And in this semi-final, he's averaging 100. His best average of the week.
46.
91.
Anton, you require
176.
136.
And that was leading into tonight, where he got his best average in his first game, but lost the game.
Trouble 19 would
58.
have left tops.
Oh, and you require 160.
So we know which way he's going on 78, Nico.
And he is getting a shot. So whether you agree with it or not,
56.
let's see if he finds it.
Anton, you require 78.
I think this audience is sitting back, very surprised at what they're seeing. 53, double 18.
60. Oh, and you require 104.
That was a dart to be within 1 leg of the final.
Single 16. Leaves tops.
84.
Oh, double 9's no gimme, is
Anton,
it?
you require 18.
If he goes for it.
Make your choice now.
Choice made. That's the jeopardy.
10.
And this may be the turning point in this
Oh, and you
semi-final.
require 20.
He won't panic.
Game
He
shot the third
just
leg,
doesn't
Owen
panic.
Bates.
No, he's just dodged a bullet, though. An absolutely massive one. And Anton knows it.
Fourth leg, Anton to
But
throw first.
it was only a hold.
Game on.
Still a break of throw in front.
There was one thing I was talking to you last night about, or should I say in the very early hours, when we were walking away from the venue. And we were talking about Anton.
60.
He's played in Group A this week from around 8 in the morning and starting competitive action at 9:30, all the way through to about
60.
2:30 in the afternoon, where the temperature in Portsmouth has been at its peak. Then in Group C, he was starting around 1 o'clock, all the way through to 6 o'clock, when Portsmouth was at its hottest. I just wonder if playing in a night session here,
100.
when it's a bit cooler, is suiting him.
Yeah. Yeah, it was something that we discussed this afternoon, whether that would play a role.
95.
Owen said in his interview with Henry about 24 hours ago that it was very hot on the stage And we've just been up there. It's pretty warm, but compared to the middle of the afternoon, it's not.
No, even with people in here.
He can't wipe the smile off his face.
Well, he did say.
Does he know something that we don't?
He said in the pre-match interview he's going to enjoy himself.
60.
He does look a lot more relaxed tonight, doesn't he? I think maybe that's the right attitude.
Yeah, he's just a little bit more animated. He knows for that throw
59.
to work, you have to be relaxed.
And now we can talk about that range of baits. Averaging 94 for the night in 2 games where he didn't lose a leg. The next thing you know, in his 3rd game, that's dipping by 13 points.
Yeah, very nearly 14. Down at 81.
59.
This is massive.
And you require 85.
Things turned 7 days ago when Conan Whitehead took out 132 with 2 bullseyes. And now Owen Bates gets the same kind of opportunity. If he takes this game is flipped on its head. Oh my word!
Well, you can see the hole it's left.
There are hands on heads. That
81.
I can't believe.
It wasn't a bounce out. It clattered against the dart in the 54, and it just took the energy out of the dart.
I would just wonder where that was going in the board had the previous dart not been there. It probably wasn't even in the treble. One left.
Game shot
and behind him, Owen thought that it was going in. He was right.
Yeah, when you get a feeling, don't you, when you know it's not your night, you can just feel it and you know they're going to last dart you.
That was such a wonderful guide, wasn't it, for tops? We talked about Anton's level of play a couple of legs in. Now that we've got another 2 legs in the bank, it's down towards 84. This week is going to be one ugly. It's not going to be one of those weeks like Scott Taylor, who won with 109 in the final. Not a Luke Littler with a 117 in the final. This is going to be hard work.
Yeah. It's got 7-legger written all over it.
57.
If there is something that Owen can cling to, it's the fact that when he won his weekly title against Leonard Gates, he was 3-1 down in the final, so he knows how to come back from this kind of adversity.
Yeah, but there's only so many times you can go to the well, Nico, and there'll be water in it.
Just keep digging.
Oh, he's digging.
190.
I'd say to myself right now, if I was Owen, be a pest. Just stick around.
Yep, make him work.
100.
I'm surprised he didn't use the 17 switch there. Usland, who has been the king of the ton plus checkout this week. Got a whole stack of them.
161.
He loves them. He'd love this one to go in because it would mean he's in the final.
First chance gone.
93. When you require
this
64.
Isn't like any old normal 64. And he wants tops. He wants 10s.
44.
Is that all she wrote?
Very frustrated.
Requires 68.
There's a lot on the line. This may be the biggest thing that Anton's ever gone for on a dartboard.
36.
He misses a match dart, and Owen's still kicking.
Require 20.
He's still alive. 10s. Good guide. 5s. Seen this a few times.
10.
I think you might be right, Mace. It just doesn't look like it's going to be his night.
Nope.
Nobody on Planet Darts who had seen
Anton, you require 32.
the group stage games would have predicted this.
Game.
Anton
Shot.
Östlund
Anton
of Sweden
Östlund.
is in the final, and he knocks out the favourite Owen Bates, who had won 8 straight legs coming into the semi-finals, but he could only find one in the final 4. And your final will be between Ryan Harrington and Sweden's Anton Östlund, who there you can see averaged just over 85 with 1 out of 3 darts at every double successful. It's not the final we thought it was going to be, but I wonder who's going to be our champion.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where our 2 semi-finals have been and gone. And joining me up here on the balcony to assess of it is Mace the Ace himself, Chris Mason. Chris, 2 intriguing semi-finals, and perhaps at the beginning of the night, Ryan Harrington, we said that he had to up his levels this evening. He's done exactly that.
Yeah, he's done it a little bit, and it's been just about enough with a little bit of good fortune, but he's very good, and to be honest, his dad was very good at it as well. If you gave his old man an opportunity, more often than not, he'd take it. And Ryan's done that this evening. He's not been there with some of the other players with the huge amounts of 180s and flash finishes. He just goes about his business. And again, this is experienced. Spent 5 years on the tour, played in the Grand Slam. He knows what it's like just to worry about winning a game. listen, £5,000 cheque doesn't have averages written on it, does it? So who cares?
Most certainly. Well, we almost saw, once again, Conor Heenahan nail the 9 in that first semi-final. Missing the double 12 for it. We can show you it now for you. And you just, again, with Conor Heenahan, you just sense it's going to go, don't you, when he gets that final visit?
Yeah, he's just one of those kind of players. I mean, he's had 3 in Modus history, 2 in this building. And, you know, ultimately, he did go on to win that leg, but that was to only make it 2-2. He needed this sort of scoring power in the other legs on the Harrington throw and get the breaker throw back and go on to win the match. But this was basically the highlight of that semi-final for him, and it was a missed opportunity at 9. But yeah, myself and Nico thought, here we go, here's another one going in. We've seen Ben miss the same double, of course, this week for the 9. And here you go. Once that first 60's gone in, now you begin to think, and that, well, and it was, you could see the shoulder come up, the head go back, and he just had a bit of a flash at it. But he didn't look settled at all in that match tonight. I'm not sure what had bothered him, but I'm sure we'll find out.
Well, the second semi-final saw Owen Bates. Now, a player that we've spoken so much all week and praised him all week about his temper under pressure. However, just looking at his body language at times in that semi-final, could we perhaps question that a little bit?
It's just his range, but listen, he's not the finished article. He's a long way to go, years to go. And the range is the issue. Again, we've seen the big averages. He was running at over 94 for the night. We've seen the 107 from him, and then you got the other end of the scale where he pops up and averages 81. And I don't care who you're playing, you're not going to win too much averaging 81 in this environment, he says, after Ryan Harrington won with an 84. But, you know, you've got circumstances allow. But yeah, it's just too big a range. He needs to find that middle ground. He needs a solid B game. Once he develops that solid B game, he's going to be very tough to beat.
Well, let's show you this 78 there from Ostlund, because you and Paul were both mythified about it in the coach. It was easy for me to say.
Is that even a word? I don't know.
I don't know, to be honest.
Just made one up. Yeah, he just goes his own way, and I suppose the counter argument is if that's what you feel comfortable doing and that's what works for you, do what you like. You know, some people do some unusual shots. We had Benjamin this week on 101 go 63 double 19. He hit it. It doesn't matter whose opinion's got what, you know, about what it's gone in.
Well, certainly right. We can show you the moment where he got the deal done and got over the line and into the final. And composure, he had it all, didn't he? He had a little bit of a wobble, but he kept it together in the end.
Yeah, that throw it's rock solid, and you know, he, again, a 23-year-old fella, not too much, well, hardly any experience. It has to be said, he's had more experience here this week than he's had in his entire career so far. But that throw is always going to, you know, should stay straight, should be decent around the doubles, and it was enough because Owen was just way off the pace. And remember, early stages of that match, a couple of legs in, he was averaging over 103, Anton. So, and Owen at that time was 96, but then there was the fade.
So then to the final then, which sees Harrington take on Ostlund, and there is such an opportunity here, not just the $5,000 that's on offer, but that place at Champions Week where everything's on the line.
Yeah, and listen, you spoke to Ryan. He's got aspirations maybe of giving Q School another go, and winning something like this will make him think, right, okay, well, if I can win this without being at my best, what can I achieve when I'm actually firing on all cylinders? For Anton, he could well have been out tonight in the group phase. He's battled hard all week. He's playing with a smile on his face, and a happy player is a dangerous player. But it's very much a coin flip for me. I'll probably go 55-45 in favour if I looked at the numbers with Anton. But the fact that Ryan's just managed to find a way to win all week wouldn't surprise me if he wins it.
If I tell you Ryan won the ball in the practice room, does that change your mind a little bit?
Not what we've seen tonight. No, I don't think it matters a jot really, because there's been so many breaks of throw. But yeah, sometimes you just, like I always say, if your name's on pot, lad, and at the moment it looks like it's Ryan's name on that pot.
Well, shall we get the final on?
Absolutely.
Right, let's get it on. Let's see who's going to win week 5 of Series 5. It is the Super Swede Anton Ostlund up against Ryan Harrington. And in the commentary box alongside Chris Mason to describe all the action. It's a good evening for final time this week to Paul Nicholson.
Hello once again, and this is the final match of week 5. We are about to find out over the next 10 to 15 minutes who will join the likes of Matt Clark, who won in week 1. We've got the likes of Daryl Pilgrim, Marino McKells in week 3. And 7 days ago, Conan Whitehead, the Series 1 champion, found his way to Champions Week. It will either be Harrington or Östland who will hoist that trophy on the stage and also see £5,000 sterling going their way.
First leg,
that is a lot of
first.
Swedish krona.
Game on.
Apparently, Mace, it's about 15 krona to the pound. So that is an awful lot of Swedish krona, but he's got to earn it first.
134.
I've just crunched the numbers for the evening. Ryan Harrington, 83.82 for the night, with 38% on the doubles throughout the evening.
81.
That's not bad. Anton, 86.42 for the night, 34% on the doubles, which is pretty much identical to what he's been doing all week long.
93.
It's just one of those matches, isn't it, that you can almost throw those numbers up in the air because
57.
Ryan has just defied the odds, defied what his opponents have done against him, and just continually
60.
found a way to win.
And if we may touch on the semi-final again, he's also won a match defying his actual shots at doubles because he couldn't
99.
find double top with a compass. And then all of a sudden he finds it on the match dart. I think he's learning an awful lot about his game over the last few days, that's for sure.
Yeah, and this is not a prime Ryan Harrington, of course. He's had a bit of time away.
Well, just imagine what this is going to do for Swedish darts, because you said a little bit earlier in the week that Scandinavia have always been a bit of a sleeping giant.
Yeah, very much an untapped market.
26.
A big interest in the sport. Whenever I've been over there for back in the day for the WDF ranking tournaments, there was always a good turnout.
Bullseye.
Game
What a start to the final for Anton. A 1-3-2 to add to his collection. Well, well, well. What a week of finishing from the Swede. That's about as pretty as it's been. He's had 2 144s, a 164 on the bull, a 132 on the bull. I think we might have found his biggest
99.
strength.
Yeah, he's been phenomenal, hasn't he, in that department? Continually and daily.
What's really amusing is that his father is at the back of the room just sipping away on a libation. He looks like he's just sitting in the library reading a book. Doesn't look stressed at all. And maybe the projection of no stress from his parent is giving him a little bit of ease under the lights.
Again, that's very much a Swedish thing, isn't it? They're just so laid back.
Don't project an emotion, and you almost mirror what that person is doing.
Exactly, you get that reflection.
81.
Is he destined to be the first Swede to win a weekly title here in Portsmouth? We had
99.
Andreas Harrison.
Dirty Harry. What a that's another one with a great throw. It must
Absolutely.
Must be a Scandinavian thing, because his throw is superb.
81.
And this would reverberate around some of the biggest players in Sweden, like Dennis Nielsen, Andreas, that we've mentioned. Daniel Larsson.
100.
Some of the old greats might still be watching. We said earlier in the week that Stefan Lord was watching from his residence in Thailand.
Maybe get Magnus out of retirement.
That would be fun.
43.
Well, I mentioned that he's hit a 144 this week.
144.
How about 3 of them?
Not this time. It's all about tidying things up here and not giving Ryan
84.
any kind of lifeline, because you know what he can do if he gets down and dirty. He will make you pay and find a way to win.
He's struggling to score at the minute. He's only got one shot.
Requires 60.
That is 100 or more. Whereas Anton's got 3. Even that is low for this portion of a match.
Yeah, one of them's the 1-3-2, Nico.
40.
Ryan can do nothing from 192. There's another thing about this fixture, because they have played twice this week. The first meeting on Thursday had very little bearing on
60.
them making Saturday night, but the second one did.
Anton, you require 20.
We'll come back to that in a second. Ryan's left himself on that magical number that saw Anton take the first leg. Double 10.
Game
That
shot the
had
second
some
leg,
punch.
Anton Ostrand.
There is his father.
And a wink for Daddy. Nothing wrong with that.
Third leg
2-0
to
to
the
the Swede.
I wonder if he's a Whitlock fan.
Maybe Whitlock's a fan of his dad. Well, this fixture
100.
on Friday, it was played in round 5. Anton lost that game. He wasn't here. He had to beat Harrington, and he did by 4 legs to 2. He showed real spirit in that game. And at the minute, he is controlling this final, averaging in the mid-90s.
80.
He's thoroughly embraced this opportunity so far. He's absolutely fearless.
£75,000
60.
if he wins.
Oh, that sounds like a real lot of money.
It really
Apart
does.
from it's in Sweden, so you could probably get about 8 points.
Sound like you're
100.
speaking from experience.
Insanely expensive place.
But beautiful.
Yeah, stunning. Worth every penny. I know from first time I
57.
went there, I got a round of drinks in, and it was nearly my spends for the whole weekend gone in one round.
Need some of this.
123.
It's an unfortunate deflection, but he's still at the finish first.
As we say, Nico, setbacks pave the way for getbacks. It's got to start from somewhere.
60.
And in the words of
Ryan,
LL
you
Cool
require
J,
98.
don't call it a comeback. He's been here for years. Double 12.
86.
Well, he's determined to get another 144. He's left it twice
Anton,
in
you
this
require
final.
144.
Did it twice this week.
Is Harrington going to be made to pay for missing that double 12? Not this time. He has been fairly
80.
efficient on the doubles
Ryan, you
tonight,
require 12.
but at times he has messed around. He's knocked on many doors, and that is a nightmare.
Yeah, that's the problem with that breakdown,
No
isn't
score.
it? Double three's horrendous.
Anton,
I
you
don't even
require
like going at it in
64.
practice.
'16 department, and he gets 1. Now he needs tops.
44.
I think he will.
Ryan, you
Didn't want to go
require
at
12.
tops. I think that was a badly thrown dart, the 16. No mistake
Game
this
from
time
the third
from
leg,
Harrington.
Ryan Harrington.
Gets 1 back. Only a hold. He's going to need a break. Governor. Gave that a good old-fashioned look, didn't he?
Do you know what? All week, and
Fourth
indeed,
leg, Anton to throw first.
all the
Game on.
times that I've commentated on Ryan Harrington, I've never compared him to his dad. But I am now, because that looked like Rod. Just staring at the board, and he looked like his
97.
dad when he did that, and he gave it the evils.
Yeah, two straight-up guys. So they'll tell you what. They'll let you know how they're feeling, that's for sure. Ryan's exactly the same. Straight down the middle is Ryan.
59.
Do you remember when Rod hit that double 5 to win the match play? If you ever get a chance to look at that shot, look at the way he looked at the board before he hit it. That's the flashback
60.
I just got when he looked at that double 6 that had been hit. It's not the worst comparison.
No. Wouldn't mind being a title or two behind Rod.
140.
Like many games this week, Anton is a master at just controlling the pace of it, taking a few extra seconds.
Yeah, in boxing, you'd call it sort of ring craft and distance control.
And for such a young age, he's got it down.
Well, we've discussed when I've been trying to give advice to the younger players. If you feel the game's going a bit too quick, preoccupy yourself. Go to the drinks table, dry your hands if that's your thing. Just preoccupy that time so you're not just stood behind.
134.
And even when I ran out of water, I'd still drink from the glass, just to mimic it, just to use up those seconds.
Yep. Spot on, Nico.
It sounds crazy, but it does definitely work.
100.
And Ryan's already out of water.
Anton, you require 70.
We are only at the halfway point of this final. Potentially.
Like Rob Cross.
888. He's had a shot at double every leg in this contest, and that gives him a lovely cushion.
Could have won it 4-0.
Fifth leg, Ryan to throw first.
He won't care as long as he wins it.
Absolutely.
88.84 for 4 legs. Harrington again in the high 70s. Can he get away with it one more time?
Well, when he's involved, I never say never. So often, he's found a way.
59.
After watching Anton on Monday, we both heaped praise his way about his technique.
100.
Sometimes you need a lot longer to figure out someone's mental strengths. They are there. But like you said to Henry, he's nowhere near the finished article. He could be the next big thing
125.
in Swedish darts, and they've been screaming for it.
Yep. He could be the one that somewhere down the line is the reason why we may take a Euro tour over there.
Sign me up. Got some great European Tour events in Denmark and some World Series events in Denmark.
As long as it's all expenses
81.
paid, Nico.
Ryan, you require 121.
This could be a bit of a halt on Anton's train towards the trophy.
55.
Ooh, that was interesting. Had he hit the 60, he left double 13. Yeah, he's just realised the miscount.
Not his first one of the night either. Now he's going to have to find Route 66. Otherwise, he might be lost at sea.
He's going to get just about a dart at tops.
46.
That 180 from
Anton, you
Östlund
require 56.
was perfectly timed. This is to be a weekly champion at the MODUS Super Series. The first Swede to do so.
36.
Second dart was a bit edgy. It didn't go in at its
20.
intended angle.
Yeah, and you could see by the reaction after.
Game shot on the fifth leg, Ryan.
Ryan steps in and says, "Thank you very much. I've got one back." This is the big
Sixth leg,
moment
Anton to throw first.
for the Swede.
Game on.
But how does he react after missing championship darts?
Probably with a 140.
If Harrington gets out of this,
I'll start calling him Houdini.
he must have more lives than a bunch of cats.
Actually, Ryan Houdini Harrington got a bit of a ring to it.
And for his next trick, don't worry, we're not going to put him in water and chains, upside down.
58.
2 legs of darts. He must break first. This will help.
190.
Now's the time to do that. To make your presence felt. And if you realise what his real nickname is, he is a bit of an animal.
And it just puts out a bit of a message, doesn't it, to Anton? Saying, I'm
100.
not done yet, pal.
Was it me that said their meeting on Thursday didn't mean a great deal? Ryan won 4-3.
96.
Darting deja vu.
It's more likely here than anywhere because they will play multiple times. And we know how hard it is to create an
100.
opportunity to win a leg.
Yeah, Harrington's now got the darts here. Oh, look at this ball.
137.
That's actually a very good miss because now he's got options from 48.
Yeah, he can pick his double.
$40. Ryan, you require 48.
This final is very typical of what we've seen all week. And we now have a one-leg decider.
Harrington.
It's Harrington who will have the honour. A little fist bump. He is
Seventh
amped.
and final leg, Ryan to throw first. Game on.
And you've got to be ruthless to beat someone in front of their own father. Do you remember when Khabib fought in the octagon and he said, I will not tap in front of my dad?
Yeah, was that against Connor?
Was it Poirier?
Oh, yeah, that's it. Yes. Yes, it was.
Had him in a chokehold and he refused to tap. He got out of it and then won. Well, this is a Khabib moment for Anton.
And what a start
43.
from Ryan Harrington. Kicks off with a 125 and already puts some distance, and he's in again. You take a 135.
78.
A wide 180.
But look at the gap. It's 160 points.
Needs a max.
$99.
It's not bad, but it needed to be better.
Yeah, it's not enough.
The only way he gets out of this is if Ryan starts making errors.
60.
I'm not sure I would classify that as an error just yet.
Still, effectively, two trebles in front. Two big trebles.
Got to get that 9 off the end of the score at some point. A ton's not good next time he comes to the Oki.
$95.
That is a flat pull, but he is to the finish first.
Starting on the 19s. Should come up now. 99 leaves 160.
59.
So he's given
Ryan,
Harrington two opportunities to get rid of 143. May only need the one.
Well, there's the 3.
68.
And there's another drag to the left, which costs him valuable points.
Yeah, it means he may only get one dart at a double.
Considering what he's done in his career, this really would be a massive step in the right direction.
Single 18. Tops for the title.
35.
Grazes the top wire. So after a fabulous 140 to take him down to 60, it's 20 and tops. He's already had title darts. Here comes another. Finds it,
shot.
And it is
And the match,
Anton
the
who
Series
takes the
Week
title
5
and cashes his
Anton
biggest
Osterlund.
check in what turned out to be a wonderful final. It had everything. Opportunities taken, opportunities missed. But what a wonderful week it's been for Ryan Harrington. Great to see him back on the Oki. He finishes with an 83-28 in the final, 1-180, 3 from 9 on the doubles, 87-47 the average for Anton Oosterland. He hit 2 180s in that final, a couple of 140s, scores of a ton or more, and that fabulous 1-3-2 finishes. He finishes 40% on the doubles and joins the likes of Conan Whitehead and Darrell Pilgrim and Matt Clark, of course, as the winner of Series 5 and Week 5. Well, it's what we've all been waiting for. Here's the presentation.
Chris, thank you very much indeed. Anton Oosterland, many, many congratulations. Wow, just sum up your emotions right now.
I can't, to be honest. I can't sum up my emotions now. I'm everywhere and nowhere, to be honest.
So let's talk about that final, because it was a final that had drama from the first start right up until the last start. You go 3-1 in front, you have a couple of darts to go and win the title at double top and double 10, and then Ryan comes charging back at you, makes it 3-3. What are you thinking going into that final leg?
If I'm honest, I'm just singing in my head. I'm actually singing the song The Weight by the band, actually. That's the only thing going on in my head.
And so, keeping cool underneath that pressure, when that second opportunity comes, is it a case of, right, Ryan's had his chance now, I have to take this?
I didn't have to do anything. I come through Saturday, I'm just here to enjoy it, and that's been my purpose, just to be here.
And we've really enjoyed watching you, and we've really enjoyed watching you with a smile on your face. What you've done this evening, Anton, is you've become the first ever Scandinavian player, and the smile on your face, I love it. You're the first ever Scandinavian player to ever make it through to a Champions Week at the MODUS Super Series. The first Scandinavian to win a week here at the MODUS Super Series. Just sum up how much pride you have in that.
First of all, I want to thank everybody from Sweden, everybody I know. Special thanks to Leighton Bennett to be a great guy this weekend. To Bruce Griffin, everybody in the group here, everybody I've met this year, this week. To my girlfriend Sarah Rosen as well. I've been thankful for everything. I don't have any words for my feelings right now.
What do you think this is going to mean back home? Where do you think the word's going to be back in Sweden? Do you think this could be, you could open up something here where we might see more Swedish players come here and maybe more Swedish players now look to follow in your footsteps?
This sounds pretty, but for sure, I'm the king of Sweden right now.
You are our Swedish Viking. Very quickly, what is the Swedish for congratulations? Because you've been teaching me Swedish all week.
Grattis.
Well, gratis, Anton. It is that time. I'm going to take that microphone off of you, and I'm going to let you lift that trophy aloft. Ladies and gentlemen, your champion, Anton Oosterland. Well, Anton, we'll let you continue the celebration. I'm going to bring Paul Nicholson on stage for some analysis. We'll let you head off stage and enjoy your moment with the trophy. Well, Paul, Anton, as he leaves the stage, ladies and gentlemen. I've got to heap a lot of praise and a lot of credit to yourself and Chris Mason, because on Monday morning, we watched Anton, hadn't seen too much of him outside of here, and you pinpointed him straight away as a player who could be competitive this week. There was enough there in your eyes that could see him be successful.
Yeah, we looked at him and his technique and his obvious Swedish mentality, which is very hard to read. I think that's one of his best qualities. But did we think that he would win the whole week? Maybe we thought that if he was to win, it would be a little bit too quick, but he's gone and done it. We've got to give him a lot of credit. He's been through the mill this week a lot. He's played more games than anybody. 29 games he had to go through to get this done. That is the definitive doing it the hard way.
And what could this do for his career? Because Anton's becoming one of those players, and we've seen this a lot with the ADC European qualifiers, players who may be in front of UK screens, in front of UK viewers, we haven't maybe seen too much of, but they've been highly fancy players back in their home nations. They come here and they get the job done. And this has got to be full credence to the work ADC Europe are doing.
Yeah, I think that's very true. When we go into new countries, we want to find new stars, new talents. We've seen Mindaugas Barauskas this week from Lithuania. I think what he's done has been fantastic. I think what Anton's done for Sweden this week has been brilliant. Obviously, Benjamin for Denmark. The work that ADC Europe are doing, keep it going. Send us players from other countries. We want Hungarians here. We want players from Croatia. We want players from other parts of Scandinavia, including Iceland and Finland. We want to find people from all over the world to come here where worlds collide and allow them to make a name for themselves.
And just finally, having a look at Champions Week now, we're 5 weeks into the process. Are the players going to be looking at the field right now and think, even though we're only at the halfway point, that every single player will feel like they've got as equal opportunity as one another?
I think there's a long way to go. At the minute, if we were to try and categorise the favourite, it would hands down be Daryl Pilgrim because of the levels he's playing at. But we've still got 7 weeks of qualifying to go, and we don't know who's going to fill those shoes. So I think this is going to be a really interesting conversation over the next month and a half.
Tell you what, we've had some good fun, haven't we, over the last week or so?
It's been terrific. I think watching Conan win 7 days ago, to see him back in Champions Week is one story, but Anton Östlund from Sweden is a very different story, and there's going to be a culmination of that when we go to Champions Week at the end of October.
Well, Paul, it's been an absolute pleasure to be in your company over the last week or so. Thanks to Chris Mason as well, a part of our commentary team. We're going to be back on Monday morning. 9:30 is going to be the start time as we get our middle week of qualification action underway, and we have a two-time World Seniors champion in Robert Thornton. We have Thibaut Tricol, Challenge Tour winner this year, and many, many other big star names, including Bay Vampire, top of the Challenge Tour Order of Merit in action. But as far as week 5 is concerned, Anton Östlund was the Swedish Viking who makes his way to Champions Week.